Alright. And have my microphone over here. I need to move this over here.
Electrode has many uses. Watch and learn.
Oh, look at that acid cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
Doing my weeklies. Hey, Matt. I logged in to do my weeklies. I figured I'll just talk with people who want to discuss any tech-related stuff. Oh no, I'm not using the I'm not using the arc. I just put that there. I'm just using the same GPU as last time, I think. This is the same computer that I was streaming on yesterday, the one with the 9950X. Do you guys think that Intel will actually release Battle Mage in desktop form? I feel like we might not ever see Battle Mage as a discrete graphics card, which is very disappointing if that ends up being the case. But I haven't heard anything regarding Battle Mage getting an actual discrete card. Yeah, hey Mystic. Yeah, I don't... You think that the LE is the best looking Founders card? Yeah, I finally it took me like 2 years, but I did get to 11,000 subs. So I've been doing this content now for about 2 years. I mean, I've always had this YouTube channel for a long time, but I never actually did anything to try to grow the channel until Intel's, ironically, we were talking about Intel's graphics cards. It wasn't until the Intel Arc graphics card that I actually attempted to build this channel. So, you know, in 2 years, it's almost 2 years, not quite 2 years. But looking back, it was really Intel Arc that started, kind of like, really started this channel. You know, I think I could have stood right next to that guy. Yeah, it was during that time. That was when I started the channel. So it took like 2 years to get where I am now, but you know, almost 2 years. Yeah, it was basically, I started this channel as a tech channel with the launch of Intel's first discrete graphics card, the Intel Arc. That was what started it. The boss fight looks crazy. The thing is, this boss fight's supposed to be pretty hard, but it's all muscle memory now. I do it once a week. I do this fight once a week. So it's like, I already know exactly what's gonna happen, like right at every phase transition. So it's like, okay, we gotta line this up right about there. See? So it's all muscle memory now. It's like, okay, avoid the ones that are glowing. We gotta go over here. Then we gotta go over here. Hey, RK. If you like MMOs, I mean, this game is probably... This one and WoW. Although, speaking of MMOs, on Monday, Throne and Liberty will be officially released. So Throne and Liberty is going to be another new big MMO that's about to launch in a couple of days. I don't know if I'm going to play it. Probably not. I have too many games that I need to finish. Realistically, I've got way too many games that I need to finish. I definitely need to finish Final Fantasy 16. Like, I would have finished that game by now if I wasn't so busy. Like, but I've been so busy with work that it's like I haven't really been able to dedicate any time outside of what you guys see me doing when I'm streaming. I don't have time to be playing games. That's the reality. I mean, that's just life. You know, that's just how it goes. So it's like I use these live streams as a way to dedicate some time, not only to engage with the audience, but to try to finish this backlog, or at least make some progress on some of these games. So we're gonna be playing Final Fantasy 16 after I'm done doing my weeklies. I do log into this game once a week on the weekend, just to do these fights, to clear all these boss fights out, so I don't fall too far behind the meta, all the other players that are playing all the time. Because I'm basically super casual mode now that the expansion's no longer that new and it's not really popular anymore. So I basically play this as like a casual. I log in once a week, I do my weekly raid, and then I log out and I don't touch the game until the next weekend. Yeah, it's IT related, yeah.
It's all over. Until next time.
I've had to do a lot of stuff this past week, so it's like and it was already planned. October will probably, hopefully not be as busy as September for me. But who knows? I don't know what I actually need. I guess I'll just need roll on everything. Past this, though. Okay, well, that was easy. See, I don't waste my time. See, some people are looking for a specific drop. And you're only allowed to claim one piece of loot every week per fight. There's 4 fights, so this is the first out of 4. I need 3 more. Because I don't want to waste time repeating any of these raid fights, I'll roll on everything. I don't care what I get. I just want to get, like, I don't want to have to redo any of these fights. And I always queue up as a tank because, or a healer, but tank seems to always be the one in need. So I always queue up as a tank, so as soon as I click that button, it's insta-queue. Otherwise, if I was a DPS, I'd be waiting, who knows, like 5-10 minutes or something like that. Oh, it's Akuma from, what is this? Akuma from Street Fighter in a Tekken 8 stage?
I'll blow you to smithereens. The brute bomber has muffled its way into the ring.
This guy just needs to stand right next to me. Dude, that hit pretty hard, though.
The challenger's still standing.
Yeah, so we have some interesting stuff coming this month. Game-wise, I don't think there's any new game that I want to play. The one game that I want to play that I don't have yet is ASRock on the PlayStation 5. But I'm basically waiting for the PS5 Pro at this point. I might show Dead Space on the Pro as well, because Dead Space is like a free game that they're giving away next month. They're trying to get into this game, but all the quests take so long. Also, mount speed being tied to story progression is dumb. Oh, are you on... Which expansion are you in at this point? That's the problem with these type of games. I feel like any sort of live service game struggles with attracting new players because of story creep. Like, it just builds up over time. So there ends up being so much of it. This game will get a content patch in November, I believe. It'll introduce the first 24-man raid for Dawn Trail. In fact, there's a live letter. There's a live letter in a few hours from the developers. I don't know if I'm going to cover that. Maybe I'll cover that, guys. Maybe I'll still be live, and I'll watch the live letter. So you guys will get to see the people who made Final Fantasy 16 and Final Fantasy 15, or not 15, Final Fantasy 14. This game. This game and 16 are basically made by the same developers. So yeah, maybe I'll cover that. It's later tonight. It's in 2.5 hours, just under 2.5 hours from now is when it starts, I think. I gotta make sure. Which PC component do you guys think you end up upgrading the most frequently? Your storage, your graphics card, your computer? I mean, it could be anything. Computer case, keyboard, mouse, graphics card, CPU. Maybe I should do a poll on the actual community channel. Storage? That makes sense. That's what I was thinking too myself. Being a content creator, you can tell, like, I run out of storage because of all the videos. Oh gosh. I'm gonna take a lot of damage from that. Well, that was dumb. I put that in the wrong spot. Yeah, and that's one of the reasons why I have more than one computer, because one of the computers is basically like it isn't even a NAS. It's not a real NAS. A NAS technically isn't supposed to be a computer. It's like a separate entity. But I basically use my 13900K machine as like a home server, and that's where that has all my old hard drives that take all my archive footage for the channel. So like, oh wow, I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, I basically, so like when I upload videos to YouTube, and I have all the like uncut raw footage, like the unedited videos. Sometimes it's more than one video, and I stitch them together. All of those files, those are like 4K video files that are, you know, they're raw format, so they take a lot of file space. Those I transfer to traditional 3.5-inch hard drives, and then those end up going on my 13900K computer. They used to go on my Threadripper computer, And technically I could put them, like I could keep them in the Threadripper, like temporarily, but I don't like them sitting on there permanently because it just takes up, it's like a lot of wasted space. So right now, currently, what I treat as my workstation computers are Threadripper and my 13900K. Those are both my workstation computers. And then for like gaming, I use Ryzen. I was using X3D. Currently, I'm using Zen 5. So I'm using the 9950X. So right now I'm streaming on the 9950X, as the title says. You have a Z620 as a homemade NAS? Yeah. Yeah. Originally, the Intel computer was my it was the only home server. Well, actually, I take that back. Originally, I had the old Threadripper. I had a X90 or X399 system, like a Threadripper 2950X. That was like the Zen Plus based Threadripper that had 16 cores, 32 threads. That has always been my main like home workstation / server computer. But then when I got the Intel, because the Intel they're advertising 24 cores, even though it's really, you know, it's like 8 P cores, 16 E cores, and none of the E cores have hyperthreading. It was like, okay, it's kind of like, it's fine. As a home server, it's totally fine. But I wanted something with more PCIe so I could do other things with the computer. Like test hardware virtualization, for example. And spin up multiple VMs. You can do that with the Intel. The problem with Intel is you don't have as much memory, so you're gonna run out of memory faster. You end up bottlenecking on the memory subsystem because it only has 2 channels of memory. And if I fill up Intel with 128 gigs of RAM, you know, the RAM is running really slow, so there's no way around that. You're stuck at like 4400 or 4800 or something on DDR5, which is really lousy. But yeah, that's why I ended up upgrading my Threadripper system last year, almost a year ago, to the new 7000 series, the 7960X. And what I did with my old Threadripper is I turned that into a Linux box. So I use that with Linux. So basically my Linux PC is an old 2950X system. So I've got that for Linux. I've got the 13900K as like a storage box. And then Threadripper is like my main workstation for editing and everything. No, I have not used it. I'm trying to think. So my main computer that I do the live streams on, that you guys see me use on Thursdays. You know what? Do you guys think it would be useful for me to make like last week somebody asked me to do like one of those setup streams where you not streams, one of those videos where it showcases like your setup, you know, like basically I probably should do that at some point just for this one so you guys can see like what this looks like. This is basically an OLED screen with 2 old monitors on the sides. That's basically what this is. This is what I consider the gaming PC. And then over there, like right next to it, technically I don't actually need to have both of these. The purpose of this machine that I'm using right now was supposed to be my benchmark machine that I use for creating like review videos. For example, if I was going to review a bunch of graphics cards, or if I was going to do like when I did the Starfield comparison videos last year, or the Final Fantasy, when I did the Final Fantasy benchmark comparison video where I tested a whole bunch of GPUs and then I tested a bunch of CPUs. This setup right here that I'm sitting at, this was the place where I would do that. Because right next to it, like literally to the left of me, is the live stream PC. Like where I do the Tech Thursday shows, that's on the computer to the left of me. How long have I had the OLED? I've only had it for, I think, 2 months. I haven't had it for that long. I got it, when did I get it? I think I got it in July. Hold on, I can check real quick. I'm pretty sure I got it in July. I got it August 3rd. So, close enough. So I've had it for almost 2 months. Next week it'll be 2 months. I have not had any problems with burn-in. I wouldn't worry about burn-in. Especially if you're buying an LG. LG seems to have the best track record with preventing burn-in because of the way the pixel cleaning algorithm is set up. But yeah, if you use the monitor for more than 5-6 hours, when you're done using your computer and you walk away and it goes to sleep or you turn the computer off, the monitor will do something called pixel cleaning. And basically what that does is that zeroes out the voltage across every single pixel in the panel so that it removes any sort of residual voltage that could be powering the pixel, which could potentially cause burn-in. So it's not really a problem that modern OLEDs, like anyone who's on a modern OLED that released this year, or maybe one that came out last year, they shouldn't really be concerned about burn-in. It's not really a problem with the newer panels. The older panels, or the older TVs, that is a completely different story because they hadn't figured out like how best to do the burn-in mitigation back then. But no, I wouldn't worry about burn-in. I've done literally nothing to prevent burn-in, and I can tell you, well, now keep in mind I've only had the monitor for like 2 months, but I've done like nothing to prevent burn-in, and I don't have a problem. Now, I cannot tell you, I can't say anything regarding the QD OLEDs because I have not used a QD OLED, which is the newer type from Samsung. But what I can tell you is the W OLED is a very mature technology at this point. So, and the other thing too, the thing that I would be more concerned about if I was buying an OLED is text clarity. Because OLEDs have a non-standard pixel arrangement compared to your standard LCD screen. And that's the reason why I really like 4K OLED, because 4K is such a high density panel that you don't have to worry about text clarity at 4K resolution, because 4K resolution, especially if you're using 4K at native scaling, like 100% DPI scaling, it looks so sharp and crisp that you don't have to worry about text clarity problems, despite it being an OLED. But yeah, at first I thought 32 inches is too big, but I've gotten used to it now, so I actually kind of like 32 inch for 4K. But I would never do anything larger than 32 inches. 32 inches is the largest I would go for 4K. I still like 27 inch better for 4K, but we won't see 27 inch OLED until next year. Speaking of new monitors, I wanted to mention this last Thursday on Tech Thursday, I forgot. Sony has a new set of in-zone monitors. One is a 4K, I think it's a mini LED, and the other one is a 27-inch 1440p OLED that does 480 hertz. Now I don't know what panel they're using to do that. I don't know if it's a Samsung QL what is it? QD OLED, or if it's LG, but I think it has a matte screen, so it might actually be the LG. And I saw that and I was like, man, that's a missed opportunity, because I don't buy 1440p monitors anymore, so I was like, I don't really care. If it was 4K though, if that was a 27-inch 4K at 240 hertz, I would be very, very tempted to get that. But realistically, I don't have any money for that right now. As someone who literally just pre-ordered a PS5 Pro, even though I don't have to pay for it until it ships, which is in November, I'm trying to like scale back spending on computer hardware right now. So even if that Sony monitor was a 27-inch OLED 4K, I would be tempted to get it, but I wouldn't be able to get it right now. Yeah, OLED is so good for gaming though. Like the clarity, the motion clarity, and the color density, the black levels, the true black levels, it's just, it's like it's on a whole nother level, man. I can barely stand playing games on my old monitor after playing on this. I highly recommend, unless you really know you want an OLED, I highly recommend like seeing the monitor in person though before buying it, so you can verify the text clarity and things like that. Hey Monty, or Monty. Yeah, the video showing how to get the system running like this went uploaded on the channel. I uploaded it earlier today. So if you have a similar CPU, and it doesn't have to be the 9950X, you can use the 9900X. I don't know about the 9700X because the 9700X, the CCD doesn't clock as high, so it's much harder. You can do like 5.7 gigahertz on the 9700X, but I don't think it can do like 5.9. Yeah, you just picked up the 9950X. What motherboard are you using? I'm always curious when people say what CPU they have. I always want to know what the motherboard is. Maybe I'm becoming like the motherboard person. Like, I have a lot of content on DDR5 and motherboards. The things that people don't talk about that much, most people focus on like graphics cards and maybe CPUs. But I talk a lot about motherboards and DDR5. I guess that's becoming my thing. Like, I'm the source on that stuff now. The ASUS Strix is that E-E? Probably E-E. Which one will I buy when I have the funds? That is a very tough question. I was talking with RK about that earlier. I think I'm leaning, as of right now, I'm leaning toward the ASUS Crosshair Hero. Mainly because I want to use the motherboard primarily for overclocking content. And that is a very good motherboard for overclockers because it has something called dual external B clocks, or external clocks. It has two different clock generators. Most motherboards only have one, some don't have any. And very few of them have two. But that one has two. So that one will be very good to showcase something like OC mode or using the B clock to force the CPU to run at a higher speed without affecting your PCIe peripherals and memory and all the other stuff. So I'm leaning toward the ASUS Crosshair Hero. The other one that I feel like is going to be the best motherboard overall is going to be the MSI Godlike. But the Godlike, I have a feeling that's going to be very hard to find and it's going to be extremely expensive.
It didn't work.
But that one would also be an excellent choice for someone who wants to overclock, because it is a server grade 10-layer PCB. And so far, not a lot of people know this, but MSI is the only one so far that officially supports CUDIM. The CUDIM. CUDIM DDR5 is supported on the new Godlike and Carbon Wi-Fi from MSI. Now, I have no idea if ASUS or any of the others support that, but MSI has confirmed that they support it. So I really think MSI has stepped up their game, and they're really trying to go for like that top spot when it comes to motherboards now. You like the Taichi, but the new motherboards from Taichi weren't making you feel like you need the upgrade. Gigabyte and ASRock, I feel like they're playing it safe. They're not doing, as far as I can tell from what they have stated in their marketing. I can go over here. In their marketing material, they haven't really signaled that they have done anything significantly different compared to the others. ASUS has something called NitroPath. MSI has CUDIM support. And the Godlike is a 10-layer server-grade PCB. So that one probably can do very good memory overclocks, I would assume. ASUS is claiming that they'll have better memory overclock capability because of their patented NitroPath technology. But MSI literally has like a 10-layer PCB, which means they have better signal-to-noise ratio versus the others. At least the Godlike does. I don't know about the Carbon. Meanwhile, Taichi and Taichi Lite, they're good motherboards, but I think they're more like maintaining status quo, if I'm being honest. And Gigabyte is kind of dropping the ball by not really providing anything of significance. So, yeah, that's kind of based off of my initial impression after looking at all the documentation. I mean, reviews for these motherboards will be live on Monday, so it's not that much longer to wait. But it's funny because it's like AMD says end of the month. Well, end of the month, or like late September. Yeah, September 30th, end of the month, late in the month. Yeah, that's definitely September. Literally the last day of the month. It's like when they said that Zen 5 launches in late July. July 31st, and then they postpone it for like an extra week after that. Man, AMD needs, like, I don't know, no offense to the people who work at AMD, but AMD's product team, they really need to like get their act together when it comes to product launches, because they keep making themselves look, no offense, but they're making themselves look they're incompetent. Like, I'm serious. Like, Zen 5 should not have launched the way it did. It's very good now, but that's after the fact. So it's like trying to convince the public, you know, after all the fixes, but after all the initial reviews went the way they did. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to say to that, but it's like, don't have such a weird launch like this again. Launch the motherboards at the same time with the CPUs. Don't delay the CPU's launch, like literally at the last minute. If you know you can improve things like inter-CCD latency, make sure you do that before you launch the product. I mean, there's just so many things that they could have done differently, which it's mind-boggling, like why it launched the way it did. These are still the best CPUs out there right now, overall. I think after the patch in November, the loot limit, the weekly loot limit will go away. But yeah, I guess I hope that answered the question. For me, it's really between possibly 3 motherboards. So for me, unless I can learn more about the Taichi, I am leaning toward MSI and ASUS. So it's either going to be the ASUS Crosshair Hero, the MSI Godlike, or the MSI Carbon. Those are the 3 motherboards that are my like front runners right now in terms of ones that I would consider getting. And the primary use case would be overclocking. So overclocking both the CPU and the memory. So I'm going to focus on overclocking memory. And the thing about MSI, MSI supports QDIM, which means that they're probably going to be... I don't know, I feel like the others could probably also support that stuff, but they haven't really said anything about it. MSI is the only one that has shown that they have it as a supported feature. Because if I want to do, for example, if we want to start overclocking the F clock, like the fabric, if you want the fabric to get the most benefit, or if you want to see the most benefit from overclocking the fabric, you're going to need to run the RAM at a very high speed. So, for example, if I want to overclock my fabric from 2000 to 2100 megahertz, that means I would need my U clock to run at 2100 megahertz, which means my M clock needs to run at 4200 megahertz, which ultimately means I need DDR5 that can achieve 8400 megatransfers. See, so that's my next target. I've got that in the back of my mind in terms of like what I want to do when it comes to overclocking memory, overclocking the IO die, which would be the fabric. And then also using Curve Optimizer and Curve Shaper to get better multi-thread and single-thread performance out of the CPU. Really, it seems like it's possible to get an insane amount of extra multi-thread performance using Curve Optimizer in conjunction with Curve Shaper. But if you're someone who's trying to improve the single thread, improving the single thread is actually very hard to do. That is something that you can do with Curve Shaper, and that is one of the things that I want to explore in the future. Because with Curve Shaper, I'm able to overclock my CPU to 5.9 gigahertz. With Curve Optimizer, you can't, it's very silicon lottery dependent. Curve Shaper takes a lot of that out of the equation because you can use a much lower Curve Optimizer magnitude value. Like, for example, I can do -15 instead of -30. I can do Curve Optimizer at -15, and I can do that per CCD, and then I can do whatever I want with Curve Shaper to either make the multi-thread go up or the single thread go up, while also maintaining the regular stock voltage at idle and low speed, so I don't introduce instability when the computer is idling. That is the major benefit of Curve Shaper. That combined with PBO is how you get the 5.9 overclock. So yeah, Zen 5 is fantastic if you're someone who likes overclocking, because honestly, Zen 4 was very boring because you couldn't really, there wasn't really a lot you could do besides figure out what your most stable undervolt from curve optimizer was, and that's basically all you could really do if you were trying to get a 27 or a 24/7 everyday stable overclock. But Zen 5, because it runs at a lower power limit to begin with, you can up the power so that the temperature limits match what you saw on Zen 4. That automatically increases the performance, and then you can further tune it with the other tools that they give you to get better performance for, you know, various use cases like multi-thread or single thread. So yeah, it's kind of a no-brainer. Like if I was buying new, like if I was upgrading from an old DDR4 system today, I wouldn't go to Zen 4. Like I wouldn't even get Zen 4 X3D. Like I would either wait for Zen 5 X3D or I would get the 9950X. $9950X reminds me of Intel's very first i9. This CPU is giving me that i9 9900K vibe. It's like the roles have reversed. It's like Intel is basically like doing what AMD had to do back then with the Ryzen CPUs. And AMD's in the position where Intel was years ago, where they kind of led with efficiency and per core performance. You've been on Intel for 20 years? You switched to AMD yesterday? Wow. You've been, so wait, you've used, okay, so 20 years ago. Now you have to, yeah, you got me thinking, like 20 years ago, that would have been 2004. That would have been, oh boy, I am going to die. Okay, there we go. Oh, stunned. That would have been Pentium 4. So wait, you were on Pentium 4? Pentium 4, then Core 2 Duo. Yeah. Last AMD was Duron Athlon. Yeah, I used, I think it was Orleans, the AMD 64 Athlon. Socket 939. That was my very first PC that I built. It was an AMD 64 single core CPU. Yeah, I went from that to a AMD Athlon, or no, an AMD Phenom 2 X4, so a quad core Phenom with no hyperthreading. And then I went to the Bulldozer, not Bulldozer, I went to Vishera. I went to the 8350, and then from there I went to Intel i7 4770K Haswell. So that was chips. That was LGA 1150 with the Z87 motherboard. So that was my first Intel computer. Oh boy, yeah. Oh no, okay. You used the Athlon? Yeah, so you're like me, you switch. I mean, you just stayed on one longer than the other. See, I got to a point where I had to have both at all times, you know? So I have both today. I have Intel and I have AMD. Like I was saying earlier, you probably weren't here at the beginning, but I was saying like, I use Intel as like a home server backup machine. And I use AMD for basically gaming. I use AMD for gaming because it's like it uses so much less energy. Like I only have to worry about the waste heat from my graphics card. You know what I'm saying? I don't have to worry about like my room heating up, for example, because I only have the GPU as a heat source. I don't have the CPU also dumping heat. Problem with running Intel in the modern age is if I was doing a live stream like this, especially like a few months ago in the summer, and if it was going to be like a 5-hour live stream, and so I've done some 8-hour live streams before, I can't imagine like how my room would turn into a sauna. Like if I was playing games like this the whole time for 8 hours straight, talking to people, while the GPU is dumping all that heat in the room, and then the CPU, like if I had the i9, for example, man, that thing would be dumping so much heat in the room, because that's like an extra 150 on average watts you have to account for. That's the reason why I don't use the Intel for gaming. That doesn't mean I won't use Intel. It's just I don't use it for practicality reasons. It's that simple. Come on. Like the other thing too is how people like, oh, you have to use a radiator if you're gonna use an Intel. That is nonsense. I should not be forced to use a liquid cooler on a consumer home desktop. You know what I'm saying? Like that's ridiculous. I refuse to do that. I'm using an air cooler on this. I have this 9950X overclocked to 5.9 gigahertz, and I am using a cheap $50 or like $45 deep cool. You can't even buy it in the US right now because of the ban due to the sanctions. I'm using a deep cool AK620. A cheap deep cool AK620 on a 16-core, 32-thread, overclocked to 5.9 gigahertz. Like, think about that. Think about that. I can sit here and I can play games for as long as I want, and I don't have to worry about the CPU generating excess waste heat. Because, see, it's not about... The thing is, it's not about the power consumption. What people don't understand is it's not about the power consumption. It's about the heat. It's about the waste heat in the room. How uncomfortable it'll make you feel in the room. That's what it's about, not the power consumption. I don't care if it's using 300 watts or 600 watts or whatever. I care, am I going to be a sweating mess? That's what I'm concerned about. Oh, we're in trouble. One of the healers is dead. I'm gonna have to shield this one. Let's get that guy up. Get that healer up. Get that healer up, dude. The only thing you've not done is undervolt. The undervolting is easy. You just use curve optimizer. Go ahead, watch my latest video. I have a demo. Like it shows how to do it. It's showing on an ASRock motherboard, but all the settings are standardized for every motherboard because AMD uses something called AMD CBS, which is AMD Common BIOS settings, and that menu, it's like right next to that is the overclocking menu. Yeah, and I've got 2 computers in this room. I have two AMD computers in this room. Can you imagine if I had 2 different i9s in this room? And one of them was gaming? The other one was just running storage backup the whole time? It's like, no. No. But see, oh, I have to roll on something else now. Roll on the pants. No, okay. Roll on the earring. Alright. Do you manually set your volt? No, I leave it on auto. Never manually set the voltage. So here's the thing about overclocking on AMD. As soon as you set a manual V-core on a Ryzen CPU, that automatically disables all the dynamic power savings capabilities. That turns off the ability to use PBO, the ability to use curve optimizer. It disables all of that. What it does is, as soon as you set a manual voltage, it turns on a mode called overclocking mode, or OC mode. And you don't want to use OC mode. Yeah, I highly... So if you're new to AMD, check out the video that I literally uploaded today. That shows how to get this running at the 5.9 gigahertz. And there's three things. There's something called Precision Boost Overdrive, or PBO, and within that menu, you can change things like the max frequency that's allowed. So in this case, you can... So for example, with a 9950X, the maximum is 5.7. It's like 5,750 megahertz. That's the highest. That's called F max, the max frequency that is allowed. If you use PBO, it allows you to modify the maximum allowable frequency by up to... You can either increase it by up to 200 megahertz, or you can reduce it by up to 200 megahertz. So in this case, what I show in the video is I add 200 megahertz. So if you take 5,750 and you add 200 to that, you get 5,950, and that's where I get the whole 5.9 gigahertz number. So you use PBO to do that, and then there's another thing in there called the scalar control override. You basically set that, and then after you do that allows the CPU to use the boost voltage in longer durations. Now that means it's going to apply higher voltage when it's boosting. So what do we do to prevent it to hit its power limit instantly and throttle? We use something called curve optimizer and another thing called curve shaper, which is new with the new Zen 5 CPUs. You can use that to essentially, what I like to say is, you sharpen the pencil. So it's like, instead of the voltage being this like peaks and valleys, you're basically making the mountain, like the peak, sharper. So instead of it having this longer duration of these higher voltages, you make it a shorter duration of a higher voltage. So that way it can hit those higher clocks in short durations more easily, because you're using the PBO to increase the voltage, and you've set the max frequency allowed higher, so it will try to clock higher. And that's essentially how you do the overclock. You basically use something called curve optimizer to undervolt the CPU, and then it uses the margin in the silicon to allow it to boost higher, because by reducing the voltage, by undervolting, you're going to lower the operating temperature, because lower voltage means lower heat, lower temperature. But because the silicon may have margin to boost and hit a given frequency at a lower voltage, now you're able to get better performance. That's basically how it works. It sounds a lot like overclocking a graphics card when you think about it. So overclocking a Ryzen CPU is very similar to overclocking a GPU. So it's different from overclocking an Intel CPU. Intel CPUs are kind of like Radeon GPUs in how you overclock them. Although Radeon GPUs today are more similar to NVIDIA GPUs, and Ryzen CPUs are a lot like NVIDIA GPUs when it comes to overclocking. Yeah, the undervolt portion, that is the curve optimizer magnitude. So, in fact, maybe I should just go through some of that video. Oh, let me see here. Okay, so this is the video that I uploaded today. So I encourage you to check it out. But right here, there's the 5.9. So remember that there's two CCDs. The CCD 0, the first CCD, clocks higher than the second CCD. And that is by design because the first CCD is the better binned part. That means it has less leakage in terms of voltage leakage, which means it uses less voltage at a given clock speed compared to the second CCD. So that's the one that is going to hit the higher clocks. You can see here, CCD 0 is hitting 5.9 on 1, 2, what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is that all of them? Yeah, that's all of them. Okay, so all of them are hitting 5.9. I didn't even realize that when I was making the video. Anyway, so 5.9, we have 5.9 on CCD 0, and we have 5.5, 5.6. It's kind of a mix. You can see, you can round some of these to 5.6, and some of them are like 5.55 on the second CCD. So that is the intro, and then basically what I do is I talk about Expo, I talk about, which is basically the same as XMP. So in this case, I'm using an XMP kit. So we're using memory that's supposed to go with an Intel CPU, but I don't care. You can use it with AMD, it's fine. And then precision boost. In fact, I can't even get this memory to run stable at 8000 with my 13900K. So yeah, so I basically have to use it with the AMD if I want to use it at 8000. Anyway, so precision boost overdrive, you go in here, and then it's auto, you basically turn this on, and then in here, there's the PBO limits, which I leave on auto, but you can set those to motherboard if you want to max out the power limit. Changing PBO to motherboard limits is the same as setting, if we're talking Intel, this would be the equivalent of using unlimited power mode on Intel. If you use motherboard on AMD, that is the equivalent to unlimited power on an Intel motherboard. So keep that in mind. So you can do motherboard, it's fine, because the AMD CPU will never use as much voltage as the Intel at the upper bound frequencies. So although Intel has fixed a lot of that with their BIOS update, so it should not overvolt anymore. But yeah, no, yes, what Scatterbench is referring to is setting it to motherboard, because when you set it to motherboard, it removes the power limit. Basically what it does is it ties the power limit to the VRM of the motherboard. So if you have a very high-end motherboard, it will use what that motherboard's VRM is capable of for the power limit, which is basically unlimited if we're talking about it from the point of view of a CPU. Then there is Precision Boost Overdrive Scalar Control, that one, and CPU Boost Clock Override. These are the two that you use in conjunction with the higher speed. So basically I'm going to do positive, I'm going to add 200 megahertz. Doing this is what allows it to change the maximum speed from 5.7 to 5.9. Yeah, that's fine. It's always going to try to go to 95C. Because remember what I said earlier, it behaves like a graphics card. Now, what you've done, when you set it to motherboard as the power limit, when you set it to like maximum speed, essentially, without the power limit of the CPU, it's going to become thermally limited. You've removed the power limit, so now it's going to push as much power as it needs. But once it hits 95C, it basically levels off. It sustains that performance at that temperature. It is basically doing what's called temperature target based performance. And that is how a graphics card operates when it's overclocked. So that's why I keep saying overclocking a Ryzen CPU is a lot like overclocking a graphics card. So then we have a setting down here called Curve Optimizer. And then I think a lot of people are probably familiar with that. The nice thing about the dual CCD is you can set it to per CCD. If you really want to tune every individual core to squeeze out the most single thread performance possible, you would do per core Curve Optimizer. But in this tutorial, I want to make this easy, so I'm just going to do per CCD. And here, what I'm doing is I know that the first CCD, CCD 0, is my better CCD. That's the one that's going to hit 5.9 on the course. So I'm going to go more aggressive on the undervolt, because with -15, I'm reducing the voltage, but I already know that this CCD is less leaky compared to CCD 1. So I'm going to go -15 on CCD 0, and I'm going to be less aggressive on the second one because I don't want to introduce instability, or I don't want to introduce a problem for the second CCD where it just doesn't boost as high as it should because I'm not giving it enough power. I'm not giving it enough voltage. So then we go into the Curve Shaper. And Curve Shaper, I have 2 videos now on the subject of Curve Shaper. So I highly recommend watching both videos. The video that was uploaded today talks about this, but the video that I did prior to this one, I think that's a very good one if you really want to understand how Curve Shaper works. Now, you mentioned Scatterbencher. Scatterbencher has excellent content regarding this topic. I would say his content is better than mine, but the video that I uploaded a few weeks ago that's specifically talking about Curve Shaper, it does have additional context that Scatterbencher couldn't cover in his video. Otherwise, his video would be like 2 hours long or something. So I recommend watching the video that I did. In that older video that I did, it's talking in regards to a 9700X, but the same principles apply to any of the Zen 5 CPUs. So I highly, highly recommend watching that video, because one of the things that I go over is the frequency ranges. That's something that wasn't really covered in Scatterbencher's video. So I add on to what he was talking about by giving you guys the range. What I mean by range is if I say medium frequency, what does medium frequency actually mean? Medium frequency actually means 4.5 gigahertz to 5 gigahertz. That is what AMD defines as medium frequency. High frequency is 5 gigahertz to 5.5 gigahertz. So, and the reason why I'm focusing on those two specifically is because when you're running an all-core workload like Cinebench, for example, or some kind of multi-threaded benchmark, your CPU is going to be typically operating in the medium frequency range. And when you're playing games, it's going to be operating in the high frequency range. So if you want to improve gaming performance, you focus on high frequency curve shaping. If you want to focus on multi-thread performance, you focus on medium frequency shaping. And that's the main reason why. So definitely check out that video. It goes into a lot more detail. But yeah, the nice thing about Curve Shaper is now you don't have to worry about your undervolt causing instability at the lower frequency range, because by leaving this on auto and only doing a -15 and a -10, you're less likely to introduce any instability with the system. So it's much easier to pull off an extreme undervolt where it matters due to the addition of Curve Shaper. This is something that is kind of a game changer for overclocking these AMD CPUs. Process Lasso, I personally don't use Process Lasso. I never have, not even with the X3D CPU. It's up to you if you want to do that. I personally don't see any reason why I would need to use it. Now, I have seen examples on Intel CPUs where it does help, because sometimes with Intel, depending on the software application, sometimes you want the process to run on a P core, but for whatever reason, the software ends up going on an E core, or it ends up getting put on a hyper-threaded thread instead of a physical thread. So there are performance regressions with Intel CPUs doing that, and that's where something like Process Lasso can fix those sort of issues. But on AMD, you don't really run into any significant problem like that, because all the cores are the same physically. So what is that? I don't leave in auto if I use Curve Optimizer. No. So I highly recommend watching the video. I can't explain all of it here. Basically, the video explains how to do it. The two videos on the most recent videos on my channel cover this entire topic in depth. I explain when you'd want to use positive. I explain when you want to use negative. So it's, yeah. If you're doing per core curve optimizer, you're going to have a mix of positive and negative offsets, because you're trying to tune your single thread. That's why. So the game thought I was AFK, so it put me on AFK. Well, I think this is all done now. Yeah, all of my weeklies are done. So simple way, all negative 30. I wouldn't say that, because not every CPU is going to be stable on the low frequencies and idling at negative 30. So I don't recommend negative 30 for everything. I would say negative 15 to negative 20 is a safe bet. And that's the beauty of Curve Shaper. With Curve Shaper, you can create negative 30 without doing negative 30 for your minimum frequency. Because, see, not every CPU is going to be stable at negative 30 at their low frequency range, because it might be too low of a voltage, so it ends up crashing. That's the problem that you can run into if you do that. So I wouldn't recommend that. Yeah, you can do that if you want to spend more time stability testing, but it's easier to assume negative 30, but achieve negative 30 by using a mix of Curve Optimizer and Curve Shaper. The other thing that I've been playing around with recently is I've been doing like only Curve Shaper with no Curve Optimizer. And Curve Shaper doesn't undervolt nearly as aggressively as Curve Optimizer does. So you can easily do negative 30. Like, okay, the easiest undervolt would literally be negative 30 on medium and high frequency in Curve Shaper, and then leave everything else auto and don't even touch Curve Optimizer. That would be the easiest. Yeah, for you it's stable because your CPU is capable of doing that, but not every CPU can do that because of silicon variance. And see, I don't want to make a video. I can easily show negative 30. In fact, my older video shows how to do negative 30.
Out of my sight, wench!
The problem with doing negative 30 is not everybody can do it, and the thing is, I don't want, see, if I make a video with an extreme undervolt like negative 30, I'm gonna always end up with people commenting on the video saying that this video is garbage because it doesn't work. My computer is crashing. You know, like even though I'll say in the video there's silicon variance and there's something called silicon lottery. So that's why if I'm gonna make a video guide, it has to be built and designed in such a way that it's easy enough for people to follow. Even if we're talking about someone with, you know, like someone who was unlucky with the most bargain bin, the basement bargain, or bottom of the barrel, that's what I've been trying to say, bottom barrel CPU, and they can still get a decent undervolt thanks to something like Curve Shaper.
Do you see, Hugo? You are weak.
Fuck.
But so long as that fire burns within you, there is still hope. There may yet be a way for you to take your revenge.
Tell me, what must I do? Please, I'll do anything. Just tell me.
Last time we cut off this guy's hands.
The heart.
What of it?
A mother crystal's heart is the most concentrated source of ether in all creation. Perhaps you could take advantage.
So yeah,
of that.
see when you had the 750X, it could only do all
crystal would
negative
not
15.
yield her blessing to any
Yeah.
ordinary man.
Are you using the PBO clock override max thing, the scaler?
Are you, Hugo?
Are you using that to increase the maximum allowable clock speed?
But others have suffered a similar fate and still managed to find the strength to conjure their icon.
Oh, just PBO enabled?
Like Benedicta Harmon.
Yeah, but see, the other thing too is if someone runs negative 30 PBO and they try to increase the max allowable speed using PBO, it may introduce instability. See, that's the other thing too. So Curve Shaper is an excellent feature though. It's like one of my favorite features that has released with Zen 5.
Benedict. I'll do it.
Besides DOCP,
I'll avenge you.
will everything else on auto get you 111? No. Once you 111, well, first of all, it's no longer 111. It's auto 111.
Follow the light.
Yeah, using DOCP, which is basically an XMP profile translated. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, you can do that up to 6,000. Up to 6,000, the motherboard will automatically do 1-to-1 ratio for your memory controller and your RAM speed. If you try to run RAM, if you try to run an XMP profile that is higher than, whoa, what is that? That's creepy. If you try to run, yes, so if you try to run it at 6400, the default is going to be 1-to-2 ratio. Hey, Mentality OS. Oh, did you watch the video today on the overclock? We're kind of talking about the same thing right now. Yeah, anything above 6,000, 1-1 ratio is not guaranteed. So it's typically going to default to 1-to-2 for 6400. Yeah, I read the Tech Power Up article. The Tech Power Up article literally just proved everything that I've been saying all this time. 8,000 mega transfers is the way to go in the future, especially with QDIM coming out. The thing about 6400 mega transfers, that works. That doesn't work for everyone. And I don't like how... So there's one flaw with the Tech Power Up article that I want to point out. So the problem with Tech Power Up's article is they tested 8,000 with a fabric clock of 2100. What they should have done differently is they should have tested the fabric at 2000 megahertz, not 2100 megahertz, because by running the fabric at 2100, no longer are they synchronizing their fabric with their memory controller. So they're actually incurring an additional latency penalty by running the fabric at a higher speed. So that is the flaw in the Tech Power Up's article. So I just want to point that out. The other thing that I want to point out is 6400 Gear 1 or 1-to-1 ratio might actually work as long as you're running a low amount of memory. I think one of the reasons why I have not been able to run 6400 stable in 1-to-1 ratio is because I am trying to do that with 96 gigabytes of RAM. So I'd like to see someone else try to do 6400 Gear 1 at 96 gigabyte capacity, because that might explain why I'm not able to do it. Meanwhile, I can do 8,000 very easily, and synchronizing my F clock and my U clock together, similar to what was done with Zen 3 CPUs. So all Tech Power Up did was prove that I'm correct, and what I've been saying pretty much for a year now, that 8,000 is the magic speed for AMD CPUs that use DDR5 memory. It's actually not. 6,000 is, or maybe 6,200, but 6,400 is not easy to do, especially if you're trying to run more amounts of memory. You can't deny that 6,000. Yes, that's true. Yes, it is a lot cheaper. And in a lot of places, if you're near a micro center, you can even get 6,000 for free. 6,400. I don't know. I personally wouldn't buy 6,400 unless I was buying 48 gigabyte DIMMs, but that's me personally. And I am not able to run 60 or 48 gig DIMMs in Gear 1 mode at 6,400. So yeah, but see, you're doing single rank DIMMs. I'm talking about 2 times 48. So that's a total of 96 gigabytes of RAM. So that's dual rank DIMMs. That's harder to do.
Taken over the entire mine.
But basically, when you run your RAM at 8,000, your memory controller is far less stressed than when you're running it at 6,000 or 6,400, especially 6,400 in 1-to-1. And keep in mind, guys, 6,400 Gear 1 is so much harder to do than 8,000. Yes, it's cheaper, it's not guaranteed for everybody, especially once you start increasing the amount of RAM.
So much for the minimum.
Because the memory control... Think about it like this. What do you think's harder for a memory controller? For the memory controller to be clocked at 3.2 gigahertz? Or the memory controller to be clocked at 2 gigahertz? See, the difference between 8000 and 6400 is at 8000, the memory controller is running at 2 gigahertz. At 6400, Gear 1 or 1.1, the memory controller is running at a whopping 3.2 gigahertz. I don't think the I/O die was designed to run like that 24/7. Especially with S3 sleep mode and then wake it up from sleep and then all that other stuff. So I feel like asking the memory controller to do that is much, much harder to do. And as somebody who never turns my computer off, I always use sleep mode. I care more about my memory being stable and working reliably versus it's like 0.2% faster than 8000 in this arbitrary benchmark. You see what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, to me, I know what we're saying is the 8000 RAM is more expensive, but to me, for absolute performance and for peace of mind and ease of use and reliability, I'll take 8000 over 6400 Gear 1 any day over the week. Basically, shift the burden onto the memory and relieve the burden from the memory controller. That's the way I look at it. Because I've already shown... So I will revisit this topic in the future. Like what Tech Power Up has done, because Tech Power Up has basically done a similar thing that what I did months ago. The only flaw in Tech Power Up's test is they tested the F clock at 2100. Now, if they were going to do that test properly, they should have tested the RAM at 8400 megatransfers if they wanted to do what I have been saying. There are orcs in this place. Let's go fight Titan. Let's go find this RTX Titan. You're getting 9800 X3D. I have a plan to... I feel like a 9800 X3D plus 48 gigs running at 8000 is going to probably be the best gaming PC for a long time.
Animals. You should never have left Ash.
That's not a good... What is it? That's not a good way to thin the lid. What are we talking about? Takes tons of cores. I'm not in school. I finished school a while ago. I work in IT. You wouldn't recommend the Vipers because of the unique PCB. What are we talking about? You're getting 2x. Well, I'll tell you this. If you want RAM that runs at really low power, the memory that's in the description of this video is what I would recommend. The G-Skill Trident Z5 8000 kit. This memory kit does 8000. Now it's CL40, but it does this speed at 1.35 volts, which is very low power for this kind of speed. So I'm only running my RAM. I'm running RAM at 8000, but get this. I'm running VSOC at 1.2 volts, and I'm running the RAM at 1.35 volts. So the power usage is no different from your standard 6000 megatransfer kit.
Stairs. This must be the way out.
We got a big guy.
I won't be sneaking past this one. How did it get in here?
Why is it? What's beneficial? What's the question? Oh, the kit's expensive. Yeah, the kit's expensive because it's such low voltage. It's super low voltage for that kind of speed. Man, this game looks super good at 4K. with an OLED screen like this. I'm really curious to see how this game will look on the PS5 Pro with the PSSR. You know what, I'm thinking, I want to try to do something here. I want to change... Let's keep Titan. I'm going to get rid of Ramu. Let's swap this to... Oops. Let's go with Garuda. Wicked Wheel, Aerial Blast. Aerial Blast is so OP. What does Gouge do again? Gouge is the attacking thing? Yeah, I'll just go with this. Yes, my RAM is 1.35 volts CL40, 8,000 megatransfers. I wish this was 64 gigabytes.
This way.
But at least it's single rank, so I mean that does make it more feasible. But I really, because I'm running a 16-core CPU, ideally I should be running 64 gigabytes of RAM. 48 gigabytes of RAM is technically not enough RAM for a 16-core processor. So we are undersized on the RAM. What's going on here? Where's the door? Am I supposed to go down there? This? You're guessing the RAM runs way cooler than the... Exactly. My RAM doesn't really go above 42 degrees. Okay, now I'm lost. I don't understand, like, why is this a dead end? Am I supposed to push this thing? Hmm? The heck? Did the game just bug out on me? What happened? Am I supposed to go this way? Maybe that was a dead end? No, this does seem pretty linear. Where's the... Oh, this door? What about this door? What? What is he telling me to do? What? This? Confused. What the? Dog's telling me to go, what? Back in here? Is this the right way? I mean, I don't really see... Hold on a second. Oh, so we are supposed to go up here. Oh, wait, this door? No? Oh, okay. Wait, so that whole thing was like an optional room? Luckily, Torgles are along, because I was totally lost.
By the flames. Come on, Torgal.
Your RAM's usually stable for very optimized game that I play, but for much larger games...
Cook never did do things by halves.
See, here's my thing. If I'm going to be overclocking my computer, whether that's RAM or CPU or both, or GPU, all of it, if I'm going to be overclocking, it better be 100% stable, because you don't, like, live stream in front of a bunch of people on a computer that's gonna like crash randomly. You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't matter what game I play. I could play any game on this computer and it would be 100% rock stable with this overclock and with this memory running at 8,000. So, and that's what I'm all about. I'm about 100% stability, 24/7. I can put this computer to sleep. I can wake it up day in, day out, never restart the computer, just perpetually have it go to sleep, wake it up, go to sleep, wake up, it'll work, 100% rock stable. That is how I do my overclocks. That's what I call the professional overclocks. None of this amateur stuff where, oh, I don't know, maybe this game will work, maybe that game won't work. No. It's 100% stable in every single game, in every single application. This game is a prime example. If RAM is unstable, this game will crash very quickly, because this game is just like Forspoken in that it uses the Luminous engine. Oh, I thought I dodged that. 31,000 damage. Almost 32,000 damage right there. Oh man, I beat him to the punch, literally. I was trying to charge up that beam cannon. I was like, no, I'm gonna punch you in the face. This game is so good, man. This game's battle system is so good. Probably in 2 months or so, I would guess. If the rumors are true, it's coming in Q4.
So this is
at some point.
Power of Muthos.
Did the orcs do this too?
Man, this game has, like, really... The thing about Square Enix's Final Fantasy games, they always age very well. Except for the PlayStation 1 titles. Those are, like, the one exception, but everything else still looks really good. Like, Final Fantasy 13 aged very well. Put a tornado inside a palace, yes. Swapping profiles. High level play of this game is such it's like a feast for the eyes, watching someone who really knows how to play this game well. Because it's man, combo mad videos for like Devil May Cry. This game's got them too. This game's got like the no-hit runs and things like that. Like someone runs through the entire game without taking damage once. We're definitely finishing Act 2 on this stream. I have to finish it. Hold on, the one thing, oh, bravery. Some opponents will use the ability to brave. Oh, that increases their attack. I kind of want to go back and play Dragon's Dogma 2 because it did have a big update recently. That one of the things that they did was they improved the CPU usage in that game, so it's not as CPU bottlenecked as it was before, but it's still very CPU heavy.
First orcs, are these nightmares? Is this your doing, Ultima?
Toward the end of this is Act 2. We're like late into Act 2. The game starts getting crazy. Like the story just kicks into high gear soon. Wow, that's a big combo that thing just did. Any what? What is this? Any tower? More? No. Is that like a tower defense game? This game is amazing.
You've been busy, Kupka.
Man, he broke his table.
But where did you go? The heart. Sanctuary.
I'd have to open up the
it.
software. I haven't
Toggle.
like been monitoring it. Wait, am I capable of like teleporting out? So if I teleport out, would it? I would lose progress here probably. Wait, what did I just get? Increases upheaval damage by 8%. Am I using upheaval? Oh, I am using upheaval. Wait a minute. What if I try... What's Raging Fist do? Oh, man. Okay, hold on. Should I try that? Earthen Fury? That's the big move. Raging Fist might be more useful than upheaval. Let's try Raging Fists, actually. Do I have an accessory for that? Increases pile drive, will damage. Wait, hold on. Do I even use that? Oh, I'm not even using that. I should have switched that a long time ago. Upheaval. Increases combo damage. That's good. I might actually just use that. Thoughts on Thermaltake GF3 1200 watt? Does it have 2 of the 16 pin? Did you guys see that Seasonic power supply that has 2 of the 16 pin power connectors natively on? It's like a 2.2 kilowatt power supply. The inner sanctum of Drake's Fang.
Just what I needed.
Oh, it's only single target. I'm not hitting the other guy. Yeah, see that one's a good move. That one. You doubt the standard one will have the 2? I think more board partners will be free to put 2 if they want.
Benedicta, my everything. I've missed you so much. Coca! I swear to you, my love.
Some 4090s could push 600 watts. The question is, would you want it to push 600 watts? Considering all the hardware, like melted connector videos that exist out there.
away from her! Benedicta!
The game is a beat 'em up game with MMO vibes.
I'll kill you!
Is it a live service game? That sounds like a live service game.
Oh shit, he's priming. No, not now. Come on. Find him. We've done this before.
He has to remember how to transform into Super Saiyan.
Let the flames burn within you. No. Let them burn without. Come to me, Ifrit!
Oh, what the? He managed to repel him even though he wasn't fully transformed? Wait, what? Oh, he turned to Titan. There it is, RTX Titan. RTX Titan versus... What is the red one supposed to be? What is this, 7900 XTX? 7900 XTX is in red and RTX Titan is the big guy. Man, look at that little tiny GRE over there. Oh man, this is XTX versus RTX Titan. Man, he's big. Well, I want to check something real quick. What time is it? Let me check something. 10:50 Pacific. That'll be the live letter time. So that's actually a long time from now. If I'm still live streaming at that time, we'll cover that. Woo, that was a nice combo. Got him. $548,000 damage. I learned brimstone. What? Man, this game is so epic. The sense of scale on these fights between the icons. Stone's throw. This is gonna be a precision dodge. Oh, he's throwing it at the crystal? Wait, what? What? Brimstone? To hold RT plus X to emit a violent explosion. Longer to increase the explosion size. Press at any time to cancel the charge without triggering the explosion. Ifrit is invulnerable to damage while charging Brimstone. Suffering an attack, however, will automatically trigger the explosion.
Let's give this a try. Not bad.
Oh, he got me. What? That is like so fake. The laws of physics right there didn't even apply. He was like pinned and he like flipped over and the giant titan like fell over, flew across and fell over with him. What is this, Lego Rock Raiders? He just ate crystals. Apparently eating the crystals did something to him.
What the hell has he done?
I don't think he should have eaten that. Oh, man. Whoa. Oh, this is it. Apparently eating crystals turn him into something.
Thunder, help me. It's do or die. I'm coming, Kuka.
Am I supposed to be shooting these? Oh, okay. Whoops, I'm not supposed to hit those. Oh, jump works too. Okay. This is Titan Lost. This isn't even RTX Titan anymore, it's Titan Lost. Oh, am I supposed to break those? Or, oh, I'm supposed to evade them. Okay. Landslide. Well, I'm supposed to. What am I supposed to do there? made it. I guess I could precision dodge all of this. Oh, what? I messed it up? I think we're supposed to jump. Because it seems like the precision dodge, or the timing on that is like really sharp. See, like, I guess I'm supposed to jump over that? Alright, this time we'll dodge this correctly. Well, 541,000 damage. That broke the arm off. Oh wait, he's coming in. Uh-oh. It's like skydiving. Heads up. He's gonna land right in the head. What the? What? Well, that's the end of Titan lost. Oh, now we're falling. Now we're free falling. Now it's Titan and Ifrit falling. Like, this is like Gandalf and the Balrog. $834,000 damage. I like when he gets staggered, he just like, he's like just unconsciously skydiving. Oh, I messed it up. I keep wanting to press X for some reason. What is that?
On the crystal. You can do it.
Wait, what? Oh no, he's absorbing it now. Last time Titan turned into Lost Titan from that. This is so Dragon Ball Z. Well, that's the end of the RTX Titan. Wow, how'd they get outside? They were falling underground for what seemed like forever. Somehow got outside. Oh. When Titan ate that crystal, he absorbed the Earth crystal. Drake's Fang.
What do you want?
Your soul is tainted with worthless human will, yet your thirst for power remains undiminished. With every sip you take, you grow in strength, and soon you shall achieve perfection.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You will accept us, Mythos. It is inevitable. You were created for this purpose, and you shall serve it.
Never!
Fight it, Clive! Don't let him in!
Consciousness. We see now. Human will is so insubstantial it cannot exist in isolation. You mitigate its weakness by interweaving it with your consciousness. We believed we had merely to purge you of your will to claim our vessel. It appears we first have to sever every thread of the consciousness that supports it. No matter. The time to build a new world is not yet upon us. We will contemplate.
We will contemplate.
Thank you, Joshua.
One can no more command the power of ether by drowning in its flood than one can constrain the tides by standing in the sea. I had thought Hugo wiser than this, but it seems his head was full of rocks after all.
Titan was strong.
Your Majesty.
But Mythos is stronger. For 5 years, that man lived only for revenge. Clinging fast to a fiction, even as it swept him into the abyss. One cannot change one's nature through force of will alone. Only the Almighty can do that.
Hugo Kupka, the man who gave his life for a woman's head. A fool like all the rest.
That the death of a mother crystal should be so beautiful.
Skip ahead here a little bit. I want to see, see how much longer this is going to take. Let me see something here. Okay. Out of the shadow.
I'd better give Otto the good news.
Welcome home, Sid.
This is still Act 2. Into the darkness, out of the shadow. Is there any side quests? Oh.
We're seeing troops amassing at every border across.
Clive, you're back. I am. And with glad tidings for once. Hugo Kupka is no more. Well, I'll be. All of our comrades who lost their lives back at Sid's place. be smiling down at you right now.
We had a stolus from Lubor saying Drake's fang had fallen. I expect that was your doing as well, was it?
It's a long story.
What about his uncle?
One for the history books, I'll bet.
Welcome home, Clive.
It's good to be back. You look better.
I feel it. Which means I'm coming on your next little adventure. You're not leaving me behind again.
Wouldn't dream of it. Otto.
Well, I guess the uncle... We don't know what happened to the uncle?
Since I've been away.
Was he safe from all the landslides?
If you really want to know, go and have a word with Vivian. Thank you. I will. If you're desperate to know more about Waloed, Vivian's your girl. But if I were you, I'd be heading straight to my bed.
Not bad for a boy from the Imperial Barracks, eh?
If you're desperate to know.
It's good to have you back. I was worried.
Oh, do I have any more renown?
Oh, I wasn't expecting you back so soon. Your benefactors are a generous lot.
We need 50 more.
Best of luck out there, Sid.
Ah, the conquering hero returns. And with hardly a scratch on him.
I may have picked up one or two.
Well, the fact that you came straight to me instead of visiting our resident physiker suggests that you picked up something more important. A scent. The scent of Waloeders.
The very same. But whatever plans Kupka was hatching with the Royalists, he took them to his grave. As did his men. Slaughtered by the orcs who'd taken over the Fang. Orcs, Vivian. I've never seen such creatures in Storm before. The Waloeders must have ferried them over from Ash, but why? Why work to rescue Kupka only to invade his home, the mother crystal of an allied nation, and let both fall? It makes no sense.
Do you know the tale of the blind men and the Adamantus? One can often be led astray by focusing too closely on individual details. One must instead see the bigger picture. And what bigger picture is there than my map? The Kingdom of Waloed claims dominion over all of Ash. It is a nation forged by the bloody conquest of Barnabas Tharm, the dominant of Odin. The Canvarian War of Independence in 849. The Battle of the Twin Realms in 865. The Battle of Belinus Tor in 873. Wheresoever his armies fought, Odin was found where the fighting was fiercest. But of late, the warrior king appears to have laid his sword to rest. Battle rages for control of the crystalline dominion. Yet Tharm sends not a single ship in support of his Dhalmekian allies. Meanwhile, the Blight ravages great swathes of Ash. Yet warlike Waloed shows not the faintest interest in laying claim to untouched lands. So why go to the trouble of sending an army of orcs into the heart of Drake's Fang? Only to make no attempt to claim the Mother Crystal for Waloed. It can hardly be for lack of men. Tharm's armies rival any in the Twins. No. We have not seen the last of the Waloeder standard. Odin will ride again. It is but a question of when. And on that day, who will be trampled underfoot? In summary, I know not to what end the Royalists betrayed Kupka. I know only that it is part of some broader scheme. A scheme tied to the ambitions of one man.
King Barnabas.
But there is no need to wallow in confusion. If one is to cure a sickness, one must first identify the symptoms. And your Lord Uncle has volunteered to do just that by keeping an eye on the Royalists' movements.
Oh, that's what happened to him.
He's really throwing himself into this.
Indeed he is. Which means all that remains for us to do is await his reports. Well, not quite all in your case. The people of the Hideaway must hear the news. Justice has been done. Hugo Kupka is dead. The wounds he left that night are still raw, especially for those who lived with Sid the longest. Tell them that those wounds might finally begin to heal. Consider it the price of today's instruction.
I've never known you to be sentimental.
What can I say? I am only human. And we are, all of us, sentimental animals at heart.
I suppose we are. Very well. I'll go and spread the word.
What do I need to do? Oh, I need to go tell the people. Tell the people what happened. They basically got their vengeance. Those who died are now avenged.
It's good to have you back. I was worried.
Well, someone looks pleased with himself. It's true what I'm hearing, then.
Nothing escapes you, Lady Karen. It's true. Kupka is dead.
No more looking over our shoulders, then. Good. I'm starting to get a crick in my neck. Don't let it go to your head, though.
Oh wait, does she have new gear?
Well, don't just stand there gawping.
Oh, she does. Enhancer. Platinum sword. Okay, Enhancer is actually, okay, 5 points better in attack, but 10 points worse in stagger capability.
Finished, are you?
So what if I can craft that and upgrade it?
Blackthorn, do you have a moment?
What is it? I'm busy.
I wanted to tell you that Hugo Kupka is dead.
I can't tell you how long I've been waiting to hear.
He's been waiting a very long time.
This is it then. A new beginning.
It's like the people that waited 20 years for the Final Fantasy VII remake.
I'll try to live up to the name.
What do you need? What's saying fortune, dear?
Enhancer +1. Currently, I'm using 225. Enhancer +1 is better. Let's make this.
No scratches, right?
I'll equip it, and then can we reinforce it? Ooh. Enhancer +2.
Yeah, that should do you.
Wait, Diamond Sword? Diamond Sword? That's really good. Where do I get that, though? Earthen Fury. Hunter's Arm Cloths?
And?
Is it business or pleasure? Go on, then.
Oh, wait, platinum? No.
Come again.
What was that sword? Diamond. Oh, diamond sword.
Either way.
Clive. So, what'll it be?
Earthen Fury. I only have one Earthen Fury, though. Oh, wait, no, I had two. I see. I already did this. Hunter's Arm Cloths. What am I wearing right now? No, but see, this is still better. I still kind of want to get that thing. Yeah, this is better in all aspects for now. We'll just use Enhancer +2.
Ah, Clive. Have you come seeking the gift of knowledge?
No. To share mine, actually. Hugo Kupka is dead.
Oh my. Can it really be true?
Look, he's crying. He is. The big baby.
And with good reason, children. These are tears of joy. We must offer up a prayer to your parents that the heavens might weep with us. There shall be no lessons today, only thanksgiving and merrymaking. Go, put away your things.
All right. Brilliant.
Finally, a new dawn has broken.
It has.
Thank you, Clive. I cannot wait to share the good news.
Hippocrates. After Kupka fell, Ultima came to me. I need to know what he is. Have you learned anything?
Alas, no. And not for want of trying. I have scoured nigh every historical tome in our collection and found nothing.
Man, that table looks like almost photorealistic real. That wood table.
One is almost tempted to conclude that such a creature never existed.
But I saw him with my own eyes.
I don't doubt that you did. Alas, it seems you are the only one who has. To others, he reveals naught. We see only that which he leaves in his wake, like some terrible force of nature beyond the ken of mortal man.
A bringer of death.
Whether the Ultima you met with was the being itself, or merely another projection of its power, I know not. But until I do, my investigations shall continue.
Thank you. It means a lot. Right. Let's see if Otto has anything else for me.
I'm telling you, it's true. I heard it.
This base of operations makes me think of Monster Hunter World. It really has that Monster Hunter vibe, just the base.
You barely sat down since you came home. Vivian got you running errands or something?
Just spreading the word.
So, the professor's got a soft side, has she? I'd never have guessed.
No. She was right, though. Everyone was glad to hear the news.
Ah, but you ain't told everyone. I can think of plenty of friends back at the old hideaway who'd sleep more peacefully for knowing. Not least of all Sid. You should tell him.
You're right. I should. And I will.
Well, when you do, be sure to take Mid with you. She's been going at it hammer and tongs down in that workshop of hers, trying to do her father proud. I can't remember the last time she visited the old sod's grave.
Very well. I'll suggest it.
Sid might need some help.
If I don't come up with something soon. All right, Clive? What do you want?
I'm going to visit Sid, and I thought you might like to come with me.
Sorry, I'm too busy for all that right now. I've got to get this thermal displacement stack sorted.
Thermal...
Displacement stack. Here.
And this is for...
Only the fastest, finest ship the world has ever seen. The Enterprise. Me and my dad designed it together. Where other vessels rely on the fickle winds to drive them through the water, ours is fitted with mithril engines. And those things have got more push than a behemoth in a bad mood, and more heat than all the hells put together. Which is where the stack comes in. I may have already talked some tight-lipped shipwrights into putting the hull together for me in a little dockyard in Canva. But the stack's a bit more involved, so I'm building it here. Thing is, it's so involved that I'm running behind and it's starting to hold things up over at the shipyard. I'll come and see my dad, though, when I'm done. Whenever that is.
Is there anything I can do to help?
Good old Clive. I were hoping you'd say that. First things first, I need some parts meching. The stack will be made up of 3 major components. There's the plating, here, that channels hot vapors away from the engine. The helm over the top, that disperses all that heat into the air. And the shielding around the sides. That stops the rest of the ship from going up in flames.
A full suit of armor, then. Probably best to take it one piece at a time.
Then you'll need to start with the plating. Everything else fits onto it. I've got the designs and the list of materials here. Show these to Blackthorn. He'll know what to do.
So we have to build a cooling system, essentially.
I can't make head nor tail of them.
Like cooling a graphics card.
Luckily, you don't need to.
Thermal plating design.
The engine plating's basically just a very efficient conductor. Create a thermal gradient across it and the heat radiates outwards, which... You know what? Just show the plans to Blackthorn. He'll know what to do.
Editors started reading books that don't have any.
Blackthorn, can I ask a favor?
Out with it.
It's for Mid.
This my last chance to say I'm otherwise engaged. Spare myself the arseache. Go on then. What is it this time?
She said you would know. Here.
When do people think that the RTX 5090 is going to be released? Any guesses?
Krieger's Tates. Well, I don't know what the hell you'd want this for, but I can make it. Won't be easy, though. And I'll need help. Get Gavin-Otto in here, will you?
All right.
We have to build a ship. A what?
So Mid's roped us all in here again, has she? Typical. Still, if that's what it takes to get to visit Sid's grave, I'll do what I can.
And, what is it we need to do, exactly?
Take a look at this.
Yeah, what do we need to do?
This plating. The usual saw grade steel won't work. We need something that can get very hot, very fast, and still keep its shape. That means an alloy. Something that won't break or buckle at the temperatures she's talking about. Which is where you lot come in. I need materials, and I've got my work cut out already. You'll have to fetch them. Now, there's a special kind of sand I'm after that you can only find out in the Valcroy. Stardust, they call it. As for the rest of the stuff, my usual supply should have it in stock. It just needs buying and bringing back here.
Well, We'll get it done quicker if we split up. One of us should probably give you an hand collecting the sand.
And the other can go and get the rest from this supplier.
Right then.
Well, make your minds up who's going where. We can get this over with.
Yeah. Well...
Up to you who you take to the desert. I mean, Gav's good in a fight, but he don't have my winning personality.
Ah, don't listen to him. You'll be in the lowest of low company with either of us.
What?
You going after the Stardust then, are you? Which one of these two lucky souls is going with you?
You know what? Gav was with us earlier. Let's bring Otto this time.
Otto, you're with me.
His winning personality.
All right then.
He's got the winning personality.
Where do we find this Stardust, and how will we know it when we see it?
There's a river that runs through the southern reaches of the Velcroy. It's the black sand that washes up on its banks that you're after.
And I'm guessing you'll be needing sack loads of the stuff. Might be worth our importers at the Dalimil Inn. I'll head down then. See about finding us a wagon.
All right. I'll meet you by the river.
Yous two take care, eh? I'll go and see the supplier.
Just don't let the bastard fleece you, eh?
Ah, he wouldn't do that. He's Blackthorn's mate. Isn't he?
Best of luck.
What? Maybe I chose the wrong combination. Maybe Gav should have gone with Clive and Otto should go... Because Otto looks like he isn't gonna get scammed. I don't know about Gav. He seems a lot more agreeable.
Don't you worry about me. I can smell a swindle from half the twins away.
Okay, well if he can smell a swindle, then that's fine.
I'll head down to Dalimil, see about hiring us a wagon.
You're going after the RTX 5090? When do you think it's gonna be out? Current generation starting to show its weaknesses. Alright, I guess, what do we do? Make for the river in the south of the Velcroy.
Oh, her ship lies still in harbor, her soul sails on the main. The breath of age is at her back, adventure in her veins.
The Spoony Bard. Alright. Is there any side quests in here? No.
It's good to have you back.
Man, I thought we could add people. Where's his uncle? Oh, there is a side quest in there. There's a side quest up here too, though. Let's just do this one, I guess. You're going RTX 4090. Do you think the RTX 5080 is worth it for $1,200 with 16 gigs of VRAM?
My carpets, the most fragrant herbs and spices.
Gone, just like that.
What's the matter?
It's my apprentice. I'd go and look for him myself.
Oh, we gotta go and do a search and find some missing person. Wait, you think it's worth it, or is it not worth it? No, I'm saying 5080. 5080 for like $1,200. Oh, this guy's like way over here. 5080 for $1,200.
Let's go.
Have I been over here before? I feel like I've never been here. Oh, wait. That leads to... Oh. Oh, this is the north end. Okay, this is the entrance to Drake's Fang. I just don't feel like... I just kind of feel like spending that much money on a GPU that has 16 gigabytes of VRAM. It's hard to justify.
You deserve a rest.
This is a cool view. You can see Drake's Fang from here. Or what's left of it. Hey, I bet the apprentice guy right here, he was watching the fight between Titan and Ifrit the whole time. He was sitting here just watching that spectacle.
Excuse me.
What do you want?
The baker sent me to find you.
I am a sorry, selfish sod, aren't I? I'm certainly not a baker. Master must have ruled the day he took me in. Time was the sight of the Fang used to calm my nerves. But now look at her.
I take it you missed the Mother Crystal.
I hated her, but she was all I knew. Worked her mines for years. And when she shattered, I had to trade my pickaxe for a rolling pin. But I'm no good at baking. Every loaf I touch collapses. My bread's as hollow as I am. She was the only thing that could fill the hole inside me. But now she's gone. She's never coming back. What am I supposed to do? I ask her. How does a shell of a man learn to live again?
Well, that's a good question. Focus on your work.
Focus on the job at hand. Think about what you can do right now.
What use is proofing loaves when... Wait. Perhaps the solution has been in the bakery all along. You've opened my eyes. Thank you, friend, and fare thee well.
Wait.
So you're supposed to be a guidance counselor in this quest?
Suppose you won't be needing an escort then.
Though I worry you might have stoked the flames a little too high.
Master, it's ready. Behold the Drake's Balm. A truly unique creation.
I dare say it is.
Just look at it. A perfect likeness of the Fang herself. Her steepled peaks, her fulsome spurs, her inviting hollow. True, my loaves collapse more often than not, but what's the Fang without her crater? Why, no Fang at all. And look, inside. She's filled to bursting with a bounty of beautiful crystals. Salt crystals! Master, I have found my purpose. I must use
Man,
my
look at all
work
those
here to
different types of
preserve
bread.
The memory of the Fang.
Well, if it tastes half as unique as it looks, I'd certainly say you're onto something. Not only is my apprentice back, but he's finally pulling his weight. With any luck, I might even have a new delicacy on my hands. I don't know how you did it, but you have my thanks.
Basically had to be a counselor. That was called... That quest, Use Your Loaf, is the name of the quest. I think a better name would be Clive's Counseling Session.
Now, Lusan, I know you're keen, but do you have to use the good salt? Leave some for the rest of us.
Sorry, Mars.
Oh, where did all the
Probably not worth it if it doesn't have 24. Yeah, well, yeah.
Made from the stoutest stoneware. Oh shit.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you right now, like, the thing I like about the RTX 4080 Super is how efficient it is. However, it's really lacking when it comes to the 4K performance. It's like really, it's not that good. I mean, it's okay. It's acceptable, but it's like in games like this and games that use a lot of VRAM, I see it dipping a lot at 4K resolution.
Looks like I found the river. Now where's Otto? Otto, sorry I'm late.
Oh, Clive. I had a quick scout about, and I reckon this area's our best bet. Seems Blackthorn's the only one who thinks smithing with his Stardust stuff's a good idea.
Man, that river's water looks strange. The part near the riverbank looks good, but the part where the river's by it, like in the middle section, it looks kind of weird. The water in Forbidden West looks better. What are we supposed to do? Follow the river? Oh, I see. Let me see if I can change some of my moves. This is a good one, but I think I'm going to try... Let's try Scarlet Cyclone. I have not used that. Heatwave is so good. I mastered it. Wait, Scarlet Cyclone. And then Heatwave. Flames of Rebirth. Ignition. No, I'll just go with... Just keep Heatwave, I guess. Actually, I want to try some different... Well, Heatwave is just so good. No, we're keeping Heatwave. Raging Fist. Wind Up. I guess... let's try Rook's Gambit? Gouge? Oh, I can put Heatwave here, actually. So I can do Heatwave, and then that can give me... Ignition, I guess? No, I can go with this again. Yeah, let's try different sets of moves. Star Wars Outlaws. Especially because you like to benchmark them. No, I wasn't saying for me. I was just saying in general. Do you think the 5080 at $1,200 with 16 gigabytes of VRAM is a good value? That's what I was asking. This game looks really good, actually. Except the water. The water looks like it's missing something. See how that looks? Like the part right here. This looks okay. The water right here looks good, but the screen space reflection looks like, see that? See how it's changing like that? That is not the best. But this game doesn't have a lot of water surfaces though, so it's not that big of a deal, but it's just something that sticks out when you see it. We're collecting Stardust. It's like we're trying to summon the Stardust Dragon from Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds. I don't understand why Sid need... Oh, yeah, she needs... Mid needs this. I actually don't know. She claims she's trying to build a ship. I don't know why you need Stardust to build a ship. I feel like it's an excuse for her to try to, like, play Yu-Gi-Oh! Or something. I don't understand what's going on with this game's story. $10 gil. You would need ray tracing to fix those screen space. Hold on, where is the thing? Oh, right here.
That should be enough for now.
To replace them without using cube maps. But see, okay, look at this. Look at this part. Look at this. He's in the grass. Or the bushes. Look at this. Look at that. This game. What is this? Look at this. He turned into Tree Man. Look, it's Tree Man. The protagonist of 16. Lurking in the bushes. You don't need ray tracing to fix this. This is amazing right here. Look at that. Look at that. That is amazing. Dude, look how camouflaged he is right now. If somebody... It's like if somebody walked into this stream... It's like, what are we talking about? There's like a dude in the bushes. It's like, I don't see him. I can't see him. Where is he? Where is it? The ghillie suit. What? This is hilarious. Man, Game of the Year 2023. Why wasn't this Game of the Year 2023? It has this in it. 10 out of 10, perfect. Look at that. He's got a ghillie suit. Look at Torgal. Torgal's like almost hidden in the bushes too. Look, I can occlude Torgal. Now you can't see him. Oh man, this is awesome. Hold on, I gotta get some screenshots of this. This is so amazing. I gotta get some Steam screenshots for, like, this is so good. It's like, where's Waldo? Not where's Waldo, where's Clive? Look at Torgal, his ears are like, what? Where's my master? Oh man. No, see, the collision detection works, but it's just like, the way this looks. The way this looks, and look at that water. Oh man. This makes me think of playing Vindictus all those years ago. Look, okay, look at that. Look at the leaves coming out of his neck. Oh man, I love this game. This game is so good. Look at this. Just run through that. Just run through all these bushes. This game is so good. Yeah, let's run. Let's run. Oh, this is such an awesome game. The water is so memorable. The water is so memorable. The foliage is just top notch. Oh, I gotta hand over my Stardust Dragon. Okay, here you go. I found these Yu-Gi-Oh cards in the sand. You can have them.
More than me. Put it all together and I can't see Blackthorn complaining. Much. Here, Clive. Do you fancy a walk?
That just proved that it's not always about graphics that make a game great. I'd much rather be entertained by a fake ghillie suit and ugly looking water than like amazing looking graphics.
Carried on what he started. When we first met, I had you down as a spoiled little puppy who enjoyed nothing more than biting the hand that fed you. 5 years on, you're the one doing the feeding. So thanks for proving me wrong.
You weren't wrong. But I changed. Thanks to Sid. And thanks to you. When I suggested taking on his name, you were the first to back me.
And the devs say you need a better PC than a 4090 to run
No one
this
else
game.
would have. I couldn't have done any of this without you, Otto.
Yo, give over. You're making me blush.
Man, they are so proud of this game, though. For real. Like, it took them a long time to make this game, and you have to keep in mind, the team that made this game also was working on Final Fantasy XIV at the same time. So, I don't even want to think what their workload was like for the, like, 4 years or whatever, how long it took them to make this game. Amazing graphics, amazing soundtrack, excellent combat system. It's like the full package. They think it's such a great game. It's amazing.
I was heading back, I reckon. All this scrabbling about in the sand's taking its toll on the old pins.
I'll see you back at the
As much as I like Black Myth Wukong, this game is better. This game, hands down, is a better game. It's way more enjoyable to play.
But I'll make sure Blackthorn gets
Black Myth Wukong is good to play like one time, like all the way to the end, and then you're basically done. This is a game that you'll play like 2 or 3 times. Like, it's so good. And on subsequent playthroughs, you literally skip all the cutscenes and you just do all the missions. And it's all about like styling and comboing. It's like, and racking up a huge score and an epic combo. Like, that's what it's all about.
Get it, boy.
And of course, this game has Torgal too, you know, like.
Blackthorn, got everything you need?
Yeah. Yeah, I do. Cheers for the Stardust. Should be enough to be getting on with.
Nice to get out and about for once.
Parani Kumar, thanks for the sub.
I'll make a start on putting this thermal plating together then. It will take some time, mind. So if you've got other things to be getting on with, I could do without you breathing down my neck.
Thank you, Blackthorn. I'll let Mid know construction's underway.
Man, if it wasn't for if it wasn't for Baldur's Gate 3 last year, and I guess that Zelda game,
Better be getting back to work too.
this game would have been Game of the Year. If this game came out this year for the first time, like on the console, and Final Fantasy VII Rebirth didn't come out, I don't know, man. Maybe this might be Game of the Year. Wait, how can I just straight up go to mid like this? I can just travel right here?
If I don't come up with something soon.
Is there any side quests? Oh, there is one over here. I guess I'll do this one real quick. I probably should have talked to her first, because now I have to run all the way back.
Good day to you.
It's all but spent.
The crystals we get from the tail are all but worthless.
You haven't much, but you're free to look.
Platinum sword? No, I guess I have the best thing right now. The Wages of Warcraft. Wait, increases ability points earned in normal encounters by 20%. That is very good to have. I like that. That is good. I will have to collect all the orchestration rolls for the platinum trophy. So I do plan on platinuming this game. So there is going to be a lot of hours sunk into this game, unlike a lot of other games that I need to complete or have already completed.
Ah, Clive. Your timing is exquisite, as always.
Go on.
There are whisperings afoot of shadow.
So we have to do, basically I have to do all the side quests on this playthrough. The reason why is because this game is just way too good.
Let's see what the people of the village have to say. I better find out if this is just nerves.
The only
Something we
problem,
need to take more seriously.
the one thing about the frame gen though, is I noticed that the HUD elements look kind of like janky when panning the camera. Like the quest objective markers, they look weird with frame gen turned on.
Well, it is. The Black Shields took out.
Excuse me. Quentin mentioned strange figures having been sighted near the village.
Strange.
No, not me, Gov. I'm here most days, right next to the gate, and I ain't seen nothing. Don't worry.
I ain't seen nothing. Okay. I feel like I've streamed so much more. I gotta go back and look at my last year's streams when I streamed this game on PlayStation 5, because I did stream this on PlayStation 5 last year.
What do you say, Torgal? Shall we go and investigate?
I don't know if I've streamed more on PC at this point or more on the console still.
Come on. Run like the wind.
Isn't that cool how like you can just whistle and it's like your transportation just shows up? Someday with self-driving cars, it'll be like that. You'll be able to call your car and it'll just come get you.
You there. Fuck! He's seen us. Get them before they escape.
So random.
Shields. Here.
Why are these boys here?
What the hell are you doing here? What is it to you? Not that we give a damn. What matters to us? Don't leave here alive.
Bam. Oh. Stay down. Oh, the combos. See what I'm talking about? Somebody's healing. Where are you? We can't have that.
Why were they here? Are they planning an attack on Lost Wing?
I don't remember this fast travel after you complete a quest at launch on the PS5. I think they added this later. Okay, Sombrek and all this stuff and all the people and they spy on us and all that stuff and okay, very nice.
My friends and comrades, it begins. Make ready for war.
Okay. Make ready for war. Quest complete. For great justice.
I'm not going to change his mind.
Is this one of those like side quests that
his lordship's vultures should be found circling the village can mean only
continue
one thing.
along? It
That
probably
he means to
progresses
strike at
with
us
the actual
before we
main
can strike at
story.
him. There is no time to lose. The final stage of our plan must be put into motion.
Hold on, can I go in here? If I go to Royal Meadows, can I go in here?
Away, traveler. The Penitent's Gate remains closed by order of the Imperial Throne.
Oh, I don't really think I need to go here because the crystal's gone. So, okay.
We're seeing troops amassing at every corner.
I think Mid might need some help.
If I don't come up with something soon.
You'll be pleased to hear that Blackthorn's started work on the plating.
Excellent. 1 down, 2 to go.
So, what's next?
The helm, of course. For this, we'll be repurposing fallen scrap.
Salvage from the ruins? I thought that material was all but impossible to work.
Ah, but we don't have to.
I'm sorry.
Just so happens there's one particular ruin that's broken into exactly the right shape and size pieces for what we need. What's the name back there? I'll give you all details.
What's her name?
Right.
Oh, Sid, is this about the helm?
Yes. Mid said I should speak with you.
I'll show you the plans then. Here you see the mithril engine, in which mithril is burned to generate heat. That heat is then harnessed to produce motive force. Excess heat is dealt with by means of the thermal displacement stack, which disperses it into the surrounding air. Now, were we to rely on thermal plating alone to achieve this effect, the rate of excess heat buildup would far exceed the displacement coefficient of the plating. In other words, the reactor would overheat and eventually explode. This is where the helm comes in. It connects to the plating, you see, and serves as a sort of thermal sink to absorb all that excess energy. Our experiments have shown that fallen ceramics are remarkably thermophilic. They can withstand and absorb levels
And that's
of heat
because they
far
came from outer
above anything we are
space.
able to make today. And not only that, they're also waterproof and immune to rust, making them the perfect material for our protective hood. Why? If sea or rainwater were to enter the reactor proper, it would vaporize instantly. The forces produced would tear the ship from stern to...
You can stop there. I understand. Mid said we might be able to use parts of a fallen ruin. Where would I find it?
Ah, yes. It's in Lorbert's Pass, near Lostwing. The thing is, well, I probably should have arranged to have the pieces we need brought here sooner. You see, a certain unwanted visitor has taken up residence there. It's no longer a matter of just walking in and taking them.
Okay.
I see. Then I suppose I'd better deal with this unwanted visitor for you. Would that help?
Oh, very much. Thank you, Sid. I'll gather my team and head there right away. We'll meet you outside the ruins.
You got 40 renown from this one. Gather the necessary materials. Oh, that's where we just were.
I'll be taking you all to a storehouse in the Bales. Leave anything you don't need.
We need to go that way.
If you're ready, we leave at once.
Am I going the right way? Sort of? No. Absolutely not. I need to get up there somehow. The wonders of having a mini-map. Or not a mini-map, just a map.
Ready, go? Faster!
Call the car. Who's attacking? Really? Okay.
Oh, there you are, Sid. Thanks so much for coming. The, ruins...
Anybody gonna play Throne and Liberty? There was someone in the chat earlier that was asking, that was saying they were gonna play Throne and Liberty, or they're playing it right now. Is it early access right now?
Of course. I'll be right back.
That will be a good game to test on the PC. See how it runs.
Anybody home? This must be our unwanted visitor.
This is definitely an unwanted visitor. Oh boy, oh, get out of that circle. Heal me up, boy.
To me, boy.
There we go.
The things I do for you, Mid.
Sid! Oh, thank goodness you're safe.
You shouldn't have any trouble now.
Indeed. Well, don't let us keep you. We'll, see that everything is transported safely back to the hideaway.
All right. I'll let Mid know you're on your way.
This part of the main story, ooh, Eye of the Warrior increases strength tonic duration by 10 seconds. That's good. That's good. That's good for like speed running and stuff. This part of the story seems so filler. as part of the main scenario. I understand why they need to do this. They need to create the narrative to justify why they're building a ship. So they can sail over to the eastern continent of Ash.
If I don't come up with something soon.
Mid. Helena has recovered the material for the helm. She'll be along shortly.
Excellent. Another job well done.
And just one remaining.
Right. Right, the shielding. This one's a bit of a bugger.
How so?
The plating's enough to stop the engines going pop, but those things will still be spitting out enough fire to set the rest of the ship ablaze. Which is why you need proper shielding. A prison for the dragon's breath that's blazing away inside. I thought a triple thick layer of tempered steel might do it. Or more of the stuff that the Fallen use, but they'd both be too heavy. The helm and the plating are bulky enough as it is. Add any more weight and the whole ship would be at the bottom of the briny before we'd even started. I need something light. But I've racked my brains and I just can't think what would do it.
Well, if I were in need of obscure knowledge, I know whose counsel I would seek. Harpocrates.
Tomes? Yeah, well, I'd thought of that, obviously. I've got all the details written down here. Can you take this to him, see what he makes of it?
Right
Okay,
away.
this one's easy. All I gotta do is go talk to the guy.
Editors started reading books that don't have any pictures.
Fallen ruins are all around them. These are all fallen ruins. Man.
Thanks to Sid.
Harpocrates, do you have the moment?
For you, Clive? Always.
Well, actually, it's for Mid this time. Could you take a look at this?
Bad collision detection, huh?
Shielding for a mithril engine. Whatever will that girl think of next? And what are these notes around the edges?
She has some specific requirements for the materials. The shielding needs to be able to resist extreme heat on the inside, and yet remain cool enough on the outside not to set the ship alight, while also being light enough not to sink it. As you can imagine, she's struggling to find anything that meets her needs.
I see.
I wondered if you might know of a solution, or if you might be able to search the records for one.
Perhaps it is not a different material she requires, but a different approach.
What do you mean?
Consider the lake we have made our home. Its blighted waters eat away far more quickly than fresh water or even brine, at timber and steel alike. And yet, we have made a home here from those very materials nonetheless.
We have. But Bardolph must varnish every board twice over to keep it from rotting. And Obelus complains that without a constant supply of pitch. I see.
Early Gregorian histories speak of a preparation known as moon dew. It is said to be able to resist even the most ferocious flames. Before the dragoons tamed the worms and wyverns of the realm, nobles would daub their castle walls with it in order to guard against dragonfire.
So if we could recreate it,
it might be.
Man, that
applied to
table,
some
this
material
table
or
looks
other
so
in
real.
order to provide the protection Mid
The
requires.
table just, like, looks
As to how best
so
to
real
apply
for
it
some
and to what
reason.
material, perhaps Bardolph and Obelus might be of assistance. I shall speak to them and see what wisdom they might
Furniture
have.
in this room,
If you would be so kind as to procure the
in
necessary
Harpocrates'
ingredients,
room, looks so
I shall
real.
discuss the specifics of how it might be most effectively put to use with our two friends. The knowledge of the past may yet prove useful to we of the modern era.
thank you, Harpocrates. And since you're asking others to help you, Perhaps I should too.
So you need a hand, do you?
We do. I'll be heading to market for the ingredients we need. I could do with some help. And some company too.
The other can assist me in researching how best to prepare the shielding itself.
Can we count on your aid?
Always.
Well, if Jill's game.
Thank you.
I am sure either of these fine young minds would prove indispensable in my research. I leave the decision as to who will go with whom in your capable hands, Clive.
Okay.
Shielding that guards against even the most ferocious flames. We could have done with some of that on Drustinus.
I doubt I would have survived that place with or without it. A trip to Northreach, though, I think either of us could handle.
Okay, well, Taria is gonna go.
So, Clive, have you made your decision? Who will accompany you on your little excursion?
Yeah, Taria's going. No, not Jill. Taria. Jill, you stay here and read books.
All right. So, what are we fetching?
I have taken the liberty of preparing a list. Here.
Garlic? Conch shells? Are you sure this is the right list? Looks like the ingredients for someone's supper.
Though these items may seem mundane, they have potent effects that are rarely exploited, effects for which they were once highly prized. So much so, in fact, that they were harvested almost to extinction, hence moon dews having fallen from favor. Now, of course, they can be obtained with ease. You should be able to find everything you need at the market in Northreach.
Well, isn't that convenient? I was hoping to be able to make a trip over that way sometime soon. Need to speak to an old acquaintance. I'll meet you there.
All right. Stay safe.
See you later, Clive.
Good luck with your research.
Yeah, because I feel like I'm starting to understand why this, what feels like filler quest, is set up the way it is. Because like in the other one where you could choose between Gav and Otto, you get different outcomes depending on which one you choose. So you get the dialogue from Otto if you choose Otto. If you choose Gav, you'll see Gav's cutscene. So now we're gonna see Taria's cutscene.
Harpocrates and I'll look after things here. You head over to Northreach.
Still, there's a whole bunch of stuff down here that we haven't even really explored. 2 crystals remain.
No. Where's Talia?
Keep them pilchards nice and chill.
Need to stock up on these.
There you are, Talia.
Ah, and there you are. We shouldn't have any problems finding what we need in a place like this. But if time is of the essence, perhaps we should split up. Take a few items each.
All right. What shall I look for?
Let's see now.
Hey chicken, what motherboard are
Why
you
don't
planning to
take
get?
the garlic and the pepio nuts. Meet me by the gate when you've got them.
I have to do what? I have to get some...
Don't tell me you've forgotten what you're looking for already. Garlic and pepio nuts. Do you want to take the list?
Well, ASRock Taichi Lite. You don't want the RGB? You really don't care for the RGB?
What do you want?
I guess I gotta get this.
Go on. Take it.
What type of salesman is like this? This guy is like, what do you want? Go on, take it.
Want?
What type of attitude is this? This guy wants to be a sales guy and he's like that. You're doing an all black build, no RGB and anything? Just make sure the Taichi Lite, even though it's the Lite version, it is still an EATX motherboard. It's larger than normal.
Any friend of the innkeeper is a friend of mine. I trust it's all here. Keep fighting the good fight.
Hopefully Tai is finished too.
Well, did you find everything?
I did. Here.
Wait, why do we need to buy these things? Oh, wait, we only bought like one of each though? Like, this is supposed to be used to make... Oh, I see what they're gonna do. Okay. I don't know yet.
Garlic and pepio nuts. Job done. We should get this back to Tomes then. He'll be waiting. But we're not in too much of a rush, are we? Quick chat.
I'm either gonna get...
I think this is the very first time we've been out on an errand together.
I'm probably gonna get the hero or the godlike.
Since you and that scowl of yours first appeared, you haven't invited me out once. For shame.
Well, it seemed long overdue. And you did say you had some shopping to do.
I was hoping to restock my supplies of herbs and liniment, yes. You and Jill alone burned through them like wildfire. No luck, though. My usual supplier's not here, and I refuse to pay the prices these gougers charge.
I'll ask Karen when we get back. What is it?
Oh, just memories. I came here with Sid once, shopping for supplies, just like today. And just like today, I came away empty-handed. Sid even said he'd speak to Karen for me when we got back. Has it really been 5 years? I remember it as if it was yesterday. Hold on. Does that mean it's been 5 years since we met? Feels a lot longer.
It does. In a good way, of course. Thank you, Taya.
The game runs good.
For everything. I just want you to know that all you've done for us, all you still do, it's appreciated.
Do you think I'd stick around if I thought it wasn't? But in the spirit of sharing and caring, you're appreciated too, by all of us.
You want to do a sleeper case build, but you can't find anything with good airflow? There's probably a fractal case, though, that would be like that.
Well, I think we've tarried long enough. I ought to get these ingredients back to Tomes so he can make up this concoction of his. I'll meet you back at the hideaway, all right?
All right. And thanks again.
I heard you the first time.
Man, this game looks really good at 4K. Except the water. Look at that water. Although, I will say at the angle like this, the water looks okay. But it's like when you look at the water like that, it looks kind of...
Better late than never. We're ready to begin whenever you are.
Welcome home. I hear you had a successful trip.
How's work on the shielding progressing, Hippocrates?
Well, very well indeed.
Hold on. You just reminded me of something. Okay. We still have, like, 1 hour, or less than an hour to go here.
And thanks in no small part
before the live
to your
letter.
kind assistance. I was just explaining to Taya how we might best go about preparing the moon dew. And now that we have all the ingredients, we may begin.
You can count on me. I've mixed more than a few mysterious concoctions in my time.
I'm sure you have. What about the shielding itself?
Work is underway, under the watchful eyes of Bardolph and Obolus.
Apparently, it'll be ready soon.
Thank you. All of you.
See, the complaint that people had... Hold on a second. How do I go photo mode? See, one of the complaints about this game... Is there a way for me to, like, do the NVIDIA Ansel thing in this game? It doesn't have, like, a photo mode like that. It just has this. So, one of the complaints about this game from the people was that they didn't... Like, the people who are big fans of the Final Fantasy RPG series, they didn't like how the other characters, not counting Clive and Torgal, because Clive and Torgal are like, you're always with you throughout the entire game, essentially, except at the very beginning where Torgal was actually not a party member. But like when Jill joins, you know, she's a party member for a while. You have no control over what her AI does. Same thing with Sid. You can't control Sid. You can't give him any commands. So it's like people who played Final Fantasy 15 were like, they were already kind of annoyed because when that game first came out, you controlled one character, but you could do like tag attacks with other party members. But then later on, Square Enix like patched the game and added the ability to take control of the other characters. But then when they made this game, you still, like, it was back to the way it was in 15, but it was worse in the sense that you couldn't do anything in terms of, like, issuing commands. Even if the AI had to control the other party members, like, you couldn't do anything. So they were like, it's a missed opportunity because all these other characters, like, especially the ones that don't even do anything, like Tarja, she's basically a wasted character, wasted potential, because she's essentially the healer of the group, but she never actually, like, journeys with the party, so she's never actually able to show off any of her abilities. And then, like, Gav, he also could have been, like, the thief character. You know, they could have done a lot of things. So the primary criticism of 16 that I've heard is that the fans of the series didn't like how it was literally a one-man show. Like, you were basically Clive, and that's not really how a Final Fantasy game is supposed to feel. It's supposed to be a very character-driven game with a very epic story. And that's one of the things that this game does kind of lack. So I get the criticism, but it's still, you know, it's still an excellent game, but it would be nice if they kind of backtracked like they did with Final Fantasy 15 and added more party members, added more abilities to issue them commands so they could do stuff, and so it's not just like Clive comboing the whole time. But I understand what they were going for with the battle system.
Right then. Jill, would you join me in the infirmary? Many hands make light work and all that.
Of course.
Because I feel like Tarja and Gav and maybe Otto were like not very underused characters.
It was good to talk. We should do it again sometime.
It appears our work here is almost at an end. A shame. I was enjoying playing the man of action for once. When both the shielding and the moon...
Even Hippocrates, he even could have been like a sage or something. You know, like Tella from Final Fantasy IV.
Perhaps someone ought to warn young Mid of that.
Leave it to me.
Mid is essentially the engineer, so she would have replaced Sid after the end of Act 1. So, you know, there's a lot of stuff they could have done differently.
Well, I better go and give Mid the good news then.
And I feel like they didn't even have to make it so that you gain control of the other characters, just so that you could actually have some say in what they were doing, like what the AI does with those characters, because it just feels like you're basically playing Devil May Cry. And then occasionally there's other characters who will randomly like do a 1-2 attack combo, and that's all they do the entire battle.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Mid, but you'll be pleased to know that work on the shielding is underway.
You found something for it?
In a manner of speaking, Hippocrates knew of a substance that's highly resistant to heat, a coating that should provide the protection you need. He's supervising the construction and testing of the shielding as we speak.
Brilliant! I knew you wouldn't let me down.
Don't thank me. I'm just the errand boy.
Right then, better start working out how to bolt all these bits together. To the Black Hammer!
What time is it for me right now? It is...
You know, when I got into
it
the
is
smithing
approaching
game,
midnight.
I thought I'd be making swords and shields, not thermal bleeding didgeridoo-dahs.
Displacement stacks.
Same difference. Whatever you call it, I ain't putting it together in here. It's cramped enough as it is. Let's take this outside. Mid, you get all the parts lined up on the deck. I'll take care of the rest.
On my way.
Oh, and bring me the biggest hammer you can find. This is gonna require some precision walloping.
Precision walloping. Sometime later. Man, those fallen ruins plating did fit.
Finished. It's finally finished.
Fuck for that. I'll be feeling my hammer arm for weeks.
Thank you, Clive, Blackthorn, everyone. That's one down and just 3 more to go.
I'm sorry.
Oh, didn't I tell you? The Enterprise has 4 mithril engines, and we'll be needing a displacement stack for each.
You don't mean...
Don't worry. Now they've got a finished one to work off. My gang in Canva can build the rest.
Good luck to them, I say. Right, I'm off to get a sling for this elbow. Any other work comes in, keep it to yourselves, eh?
Hold on. So if I speak with her, it will probably advance the story. So yeah, I don't want to like mess up the thing. Let's create like let's create a new save. Create save 11. Out of the Shadow. We're still doing Out of the Shadow, but see, this is very Final Fantasy. I like how they do the man, what I should have done, although I can probably just look it up online, to find the sprites for all the different characters that are actually party members at some point in the game. Like Sid, Jill, Rodney, Joshua when he was little, and Sir Wade, or whoever, I think that's Sir Wade, or whoever the other guy was. Yeah. They got a lot of sprites, because there's a lot of characters that actually are party members at some point in the game, but they're really not in the party that long.
Mid told me she was building a ship.
Really? That's a ship. Let's sail around the lake.
What's the matter?
Nothing. Just daydreaming. Thinking about the Enterprise sailing off over the horizon to shores unknown. Searching for a land untouched by the Blight. Just like me and my dad planned. So if the worst came to the worst and every scrap of soil in the Twins turned black, we might still have a chance. That's what she was meant to be. You see, one last chance just in case we needed it. But now she's so close to being finished, I've realized I don't want her to be that. I don't want her to be just a lifeboat for us to cling to if things get desperate. I want people to sail aboard her by choice, not from the lack of it. In a world where we're not just trying to survive, but where we can actually live.
I'm working on that. And I'll do everything I can to get you what you want.
Don't you always? All right. My mind's made up. As soon as the Enterprise is fit to sail, I'm putting her under your command. Sod our plans, I'm trusting in yours.
Are you sure about this?
Something tells me it's what my dad would have wanted.
He'd be proud of you.
You were gonna visit his grave, weren't you?
I was. And you can come too now that your little project is finished.
Right. There's just one thing I need to finish up first. Won't be a mo.
All right. I'll let Otto know you're coming. Meet us in the mess when you're ready.
Aye, aye, Captain.
A new missive has been delivered to Clive's chambers. Is there like a path through Vivian's area? No. Wait, what? The owl's here? I never noticed that. I didn't know the owl was over here.
Crack the crystal too.
Oh, there's new side quests. That's what this is. There's one over there too. About Blackthorn. Heed August request.
Hopefully it's nothing. But I should speak to Blackthorn just in case.
This might be a blacksmithing thing. I could get like some gear upgrade from this.
What could be wrong with Torgor? He seemed well enough when I last saw him. Trouble with the ledgers. Shouldn't he be asking Otto for help?
This is just like the MMO. You're just picking up all these side quests. It's like playing 14 or WoW. Or maybe even Black Desert or Throne and Liberty. Sid the Second. Oh yeah, what about what's in the collection now? Still nothing new, just these three. Weird science. That unlocks something, so we're gonna do that. Starting to think I'm not gonna be able to finish Act 2 this stream. This is gonna be very long.
I got your note. You think something's wrong with Torgor?
So you can read. Congratulations. But I didn't say I were wrong with him. I said something weren't right. He's not been eating me treats. He used to love cracking the bones from Molly's boiled brown, but now he won't so much as look at them. Didn't like him. Which is why I'm of a mind that you've not been working him too hard, have you?
No harder than usual. Is that it, boy? Do you need a rest?
What was it you said he was? A frost wolf?
That's what the lawsman seems to think.
Then maybe this all has something to do with whatever it is that's woken inside him.
I suppose things have been different since Rosalith. Perhaps Hippocrates knows something.
Instead of everything, you mean?
What? See, these are the sort of quests that I remember doing in Hogwarts Legacy and then never completing them because I would end up talking about like a motherboard for 5 hours.
Osmond, I need to ask you about Torgor.
Or talking about some GPU thing or whatever, or like comparing Zotac to, you know, PNY.
Which is certainly. She says he's hardly been touching his bones of late, and she believes it may have something to do with what happened at Rosalith Castle.
I rather think she might be right, though not about his appetite. All canids are instinctively inclined to crack open bones for the rich marrow that resides within, and I see no reason why a frost wolf should be any different. Accordingly, I suspect it is not a lack of appetite that afflicts Torgal, but a surfeit of it. If we assume that his newfound magics require additional nourishment to sustain, it may well be that the bones Lady Karen is accustomed to providing are no longer sufficient. Frost wolves, after all, habitually prey upon far larger animals, whose bones may yield altogether different nutrients. As to where one might find a suitable substitute, some antelopes...
Are you
I
serious?
don't recall ever seeing any that large.
And little wonder. The last elder antelope sighting I recall hearing about took place near Cressida.
Even so.
Good hunting.
Oh, so we gotta go hunt something?
Blackthorn, do you have a moment?
Not really, no.
This won't take long. I just wanted to ask how you're getting on. August was worried about you, and you might still be doubting your craft, even after learning the trick of that cuirass. Is there something else weighing on your mind? Perhaps sharing your thoughts might help.
That bastard's like a dog with a bone. Still, he's got a keen eye, I'll give him that. He's just, well, Karen showed me something. Something I've never seen before.
And that was?
A sword. An odd-looking thing with a single-edged blade. The metal itself wasn't anything to write home about, but fuck me, the edge on it. You could slice a man clean in two with a weapon like that, and he'd be halfway home before he even realized he'd been cut.
So that's what's troubling you?
Nah. Not troubling me exactly. More distracting. Can't stop thinking, how do you get an edge that sharp? It's driving me mad.
And if you knew how to do it, we could arm the curse breakers with even better blades.
That's about the size of it, yeah?
I'll see what I can find out. Sharper swords are always welcome. And we can't have our master blacksmith being distracted.
You're a soft touch, you know that. But I can't say I'm not grateful for it. Good luck, eh?
Thank you. Let's see what Karen knows about this sword.
Alright. Let's see if this is the ultimate sword.
You're looking well, Karen.
What do you want?
I want to know about the sword you showed Blackthorn. Single-edged and extremely sharp.
Running around after him again, are you?
I suppose I am, yes. But I need to help him find out how to work an edge like that. It's driving him to distraction.
Little wonder, I suppose. There's not many like that make it as far as the twins, and those that do go straight into private collections. Which made it nice and easy finding a buyer.
Can you tell me who bought it? Where is it now?
You think I tell people who my clients are? Suppose you're not likely to go nicking him off me, are you now? Fine. If you stop mooning at me like that. Lord Ignac's the man you want. Delmechian bloke. Collects weapons and the like. And he's got more money than sense, which is why he's one of my favourite clients.
Oh, that's the type of guy that buys like multiple 5090s.
Thank you, Karen.
We gotta go find the dude who buys all the 5090s.
A touch eccentric, if you take my meaning.
I appreciate the warning.
I heard what you told Nan about Kupka. Hopefully all our old friends can rest easy now.
What do we do? Find him in Dalamil? What time is it now? Okay, hold on. I need to check something here. All right, hold on, let me put this over here. Move this over here. Okay.
Mid told me she was building a ship.
All right, Clive. As Strix, Mid finished sending half the hideaway traipsing across the twins, has she? I swear, that girl'd do anything to put off visiting her old dad's grave. No excuses now, though, eh?
Not quite. She said there was one final thing she had to take care of. I'm sure she'll be finished soon enough.
She said that? In those words?
She did, yes.
Clive? Were you born yesterday or something? There is no thing. She'll probably be halfway to Canva by now.
Mid. I might still be able to catch her.
It's like, Clive, were you born yesterday?
Clive, did you get my letter?
That's why I'm here.
Shh. Otto might be listening.
Is this better?
A little. Listen, I've some bad news. It turns out the hideaway may be slightly behind in its payment to certain lenders, and it's maybe my fault. But I swear to the goddess, I thought I had the numbers square. Sadly, that square turned out to be more of a circle. Zero, you might say. I can straighten it out, I swear, but it's gonna take some time, and I'm gonna need help keeping it from Otto.
Bit late for that, I'd say.
There you are! What a surprise!
So let me get this straight. You forget to pay our lenders what they're due, and instead of coming straight to me, you get Clive to come to you. And I hope he'll dig you out of the hole you've dug for yourself. Clive, the man in charge of the place you've been cheerfully trying to bankrupt. And you thought this was a cunning plan. Why? Well, who needs paying?
Oh, just Martha. And the dame. And, well, Lady Karen. But only 500 talents.
We owe 3 of our most trusted friends 5 million gil.
Each. 5 million each. They lent us the bulk of the money we used to rebuild the hideaway, you see, and, well, I must have made some sort of oversight.
Those ledgers were my responsibility, and it was my decision to entrust them to you. This is my fault.
Do we have that much to hand? I can always ask my uncle.
No, we don't. And no, you won't. We've lightened Lord Rosfield's purse enough. After the king's ransom we had off him, he deserves better than to see our begging bowl. Besides, we'll need to learn to stand on our own if we're gonna make this work.
All right. But that doesn't mean you have to shoulder the burden yourself. Is there anything I can do to help?
There might be. How'd you fancy taking these to Martha and the dame?
Rocks.
Rocks, he says. Worth 1,000 talents apiece, these are. A little something Sid and I set aside for when times got lean. And I reckon 15 million in overdue debt probably qualifies. I just hope our associates' eyes are a bit more discerning than yours.
I'm sure there will be.
Should be me making the rounds, really. But you know how it is with this place. Orders to bark, asses to wipe, and all that.
I know. Which is why I don't mind going in your place.
Go. Do you know why I only gave Master Clive here 2 star rubies?
Because you'd rather Lady Karen killed me.
Because I'd rather Lady Karen killed you. Yes.
Well, I suppose this is goodbye then.
Don't worry. I'm sure Karen will understand.
Really? Do you think so?
No, I don't.
What? What was that all about? Wait, there's another weird science. I haven't even gotten that one yet. Weird science.
Sid, reckon you might be just the man to help me out of a bit of bother.
Let's hear it.
Well, it's about this alembic the chief's got me making. Lovely bit of kit, it is. Problem is, it won't always get rid of all the impurities, which is why I've been looking for something to filter the liquid we'll be cooking off. And that's where I was hoping...
Fine. Here we go. Let's get it. Yeah. Alright, let's get this one. This one actually unlocks something too? Huh. So everything is not here. Wait, what? I can't do any of these? Wait, what? Oh, I have to go somewhere. I have to go to this thing first.
Wasn't expecting you back so soon. Your benefactors are a generous lot. You earned this.
Man, it keeps going. High Cleric's Medallion is over there.
Come again. I may have more for you.
Mid told me she was building a ship.
Is that the thing Toes helped?
Oboleth, have you seen Mid?
Yep. In a boat, going that way.
Then I'm too late.
You in a hurry and all, are you? Oh, I offered to take her across, but she wouldn't wait. Just paid for a dinghy and rowed off. Oars going like the clappers. Got some life in her, ain't she? But anyway, I was on my way up to see you, as it happens. Got a letter for you. Urgent, by the sound of it. One of your uncle's men said I was to hand it to you in person, post-bleeding haste. And you're here now.
Thank you, Obelith.
Don't mention it.
What tidings, Uncle?
He went to Canver. Miss Teleman's project to be quite valiant. Okay. I would like to borrow your man Gav for a moon or two, that he might keep a watch on those who might mean our little fellowship ill and warn us of any impending attack. Okay.
Trouble in Canva. Well, I'll need someone to keep an eye on Mid.
Gav.
So what? Mid got us to do all the dirty work and then just sailed off into the sunset?
It, seems that way.
Well, nothing we can do about it now. But next time you plan on visiting Sid, you might want to tie her to something before you suggest it.
Ah, don't be so hard on her. Got to admit, the dirty work was kind of fun. Everyone pitching in, all that bollocks. Just like when we built this place.
You're right.
Anyway, we all set to head to the old hideaway. I could do with getting to Canva pretty sharpish. Wouldn't do to keep Lord Rosfield of the Seven High Houses waiting now, would it? Not after he asked for me personally.
Gav will be leaving with me. Will you mind the place while we're gone?
You can count on me. Just be sure to give Sid and the others my regards. All right.
Oh, by the way, Jill will be joining us too. She's got some things to take care of, but she'll meet us there.
I hope she's telling the truth at least.
Yeah, see, so that's why it's better to choose Otto and Tarja for those earlier quests, because for this one, you don't get a choice. You basically, Gav and Jill are like guaranteed to join as party members. That's why it's more optimal to choose Otto and Tarja for the simple side quest, or not side quest, the filler quest. I need to take a quick break, and then we're gonna do this mission, and we may end the stream after that. I don't know. I don't think we're gonna get to be able to finish Act 2 on this stream. This is pretty long, longer than I remember. Alright, so let's do this. Wait, Sid's Legacy? Oh, we're going back to the old base.
Well, Sid, I remember what you told me. But if no one is listening to what you have to say, you may as well not say it. But I will say this, old friend. Hugo Kupka is gone. His shadow looms over us no longer.
It's a pity the Phoenix can't be in two places at once. If he'd have been with us, maybe he could have done something for the lost.
Not even the Phoenix can bring people back from the dead. Life has a beginning and an end. So we must live while we have the chance. And not as slaves to the crystals, but as free men.
May we join you?
Lady Karen, what a pleasant surprise.
I thought I'd drop by and see how you were all doing before heading off to restock my supplies. It wasn't the most scenic view back then, but it were never as bad as this.
I know. The blight marches on. And soon, there will be no escaping sights like these. So our mission remains unchanged. We cannot stop until every mother crystal is gone, and their thirst for ether with them. The only one that remains in Storm is Drake's tail in the crystalline dominion.
Our next target.
We're going to Twinside.
It's the capital of the Empire these days. I wouldn't like to think how tightly guarded they've got the place. Not that that'll stop you, but we do well to scout it out before you go charging in.
We would indeed.
If you're off to the Dominion, you can take this great lump with you.
Goods.
Oh, I am sorry. Have you forgotten you're the most wanted man in the Twins? I thought you might like to disguise yourselves as the attendants of a travelling trader, assuming you've no better ideas. You wanted to buy yourself some tools, didn't you? Well, now's your chance.
You're letting me go with them? Oh, thanks, Nan.
Stop that! You'll break me bones, you great galoot. There's a caravan that runs back and forth between the Dominion and the Bocklad markets. It's managed by the Merchants Guild. Just show them Goots' traders pass and you'll be on your way. It'll be a damn sight less risky than footing it the length of the Crystal Road. That's for sure.
Thank you, Karen. And glad to have you with us, Goots.
Okay then. I'll get me things and I'll meet yous there. See yous down in Bocklad.
Get off! Me poor fingers!
Jill, you're with me.
Understood.
And Gav,
Already on my way, Captain.
be careful.
Aren't I always?
Do you see that, Sid? Your protege's making a proper little outlaw of himself.
so it opened a new area. Still can't go to any of these places. But there is a quest in here, though. Where was it?
We need to find a way into Drake's tail. And we will. Together, this time.
Hugo Kupka's dead.
The Enterprise will have 4 mithril engines, each needing its own displacement stack. So just 3 more like this, and we'll be finished.
Mid told me she was building a ship.
Oh, wait, it's this? A bomb king? This is what I needed to do to get what? Oh, this is an S rank, the Breaker of Worlds. An A rank, the 9 of Knives. Which one do I need? Weird science. Use the hunt word to locate the Bomb King. Oh. A curse breaker aiming for the Imperial chase took a wrong turn into a nearby wood. The Crooksambrek. She discovered the ruins of a fallen airship and within them a beast akin to a great ball of fire. The Crooksambrek. Somewhere over here. I can't go to any of those places, so I guess we're going here then. Eastern Dalmekia. I can't believe you kill Kupka before even going to Eastern Dalmekia. I forgot that the events played out in this order.
How are you feeling?
Better.
No, I can't get over there.
This used to be a trade route for merchants crossing the Scars, till the Republic laid a new road wide enough to let wagons pass, and all official traffic moved there.
Leaving this one for those living outside the law.
Indeed. I doubt we'll be the only outlaws on the trail today.
So, can I go back out? Oh, okay. Everything is unlocked again. Okay. So now it's possible to do all these side quests. Wait a minute, what's that town down there? The Fallen... It's more like villages and fallen ruins.
Time to fight.
It's like, time to fight or not.
So what do you think? Really? It's as bad as that?
Oh, aye. There's trouble up ahead. And too much of it for us to handle.
I take it there's danger on the road.
Oh, what about this fearsome-looking fellow? You think he'd be equal to the...
Oh, no doubt. Well met, friend. My brother and I have been... How does Oh, the...
Okay, they want me to help them? Alright, let's do this. Let's do this really quick. Prioritize this one, let's go. Make this quick. Where are they at? Oh, straight ahead?
I'm not sure I trust those two. But if there are bandits lying in wait, I should probably take...
Look lively, you lot. We've got this.
These must be our bandits.
Oh man. Oh man, this game.
That's them dealt with. Now, where's that cart?
Three desert roses. What am I looking for? Oh, it's up here.
Getting all of this out of here will be a nightmare.
Seems we found ourselves the right man for the job, wouldn't you say?
Found the cart and didn't leave a single bastard breathing. Our merchant friend will be delighted.
And how exactly will he be getting his goods out of here?
You leave that to us. After all, it'd be wrong to make such a fine warrior haul cabbages to ma.
You've done your part. And that's all you need to worry about. Here. It's been a pleasure. Now piss off.
There's no need to be so rude, brother. What if we want his help again next time?
God. They give a decent amount of experience.
I see the Dalmex lag behind Rosaria when it comes to bridge building.
The fallen ruin should hold at least. The path continues on the other side.
Oh, this goes around. The vaults. Whoa. The final sin, the Dalmekian Republic.
So this is Zemeckis.
The land of the gods. It's even more impressive than I imagined. I remember being captivated by the story as a child.
Long, long ago, man was overcome by avarice and challenged the gods in a bid to win their power. The final battle took place here, at these falls. Or so the legend goes. If anyone ever manages to plumb those depths, perhaps we'll learn if there's any truth to the tale.
That the gods emerged victorious and punished man for his defiance by visiting upon him 2 curses.
Dominance and bearers. To tell the truth, I always thought it strange that the dominant and their icons were deemed a curse. Back home, the dominant inherited the throne. They were admired and exalted, not spurned. Whenever I got to that part of the story, I always assumed there must be something I'd misunderstood.
You had a lot of storybooks, didn't you? In your room, I mean. When we were young.
The old legends were always my favorites. Epic battles between gods and men. Father encouraged me to read as much as I could. He thought it good for my education.
You really were a boy like any other, weren't you?
Just look at this place. It's enough to make you believe the legends are true.
I know.
We're not far from Boklad. The road will be busier up ahead.
And we'll have to keep our wits about us. Clive? Something wrong?
Nothing. It's nothing.
I see the reports are true, Father. You have surrendered the throne to Olivier.
I have. Emperor Olivier shall rebuild the Holy Empire of Sanbreque.
How is he to rule an empire? He is but a boy.
I shall advise him until he comes of age.
Father, please.
Or for as long as I am able.
The empire we seek to build needs young blood to rule it, and I can think of none better suited to the task. There is other news, Dion. Hugo Kupka is dead, and Drake's Fang destroyed. The pillars of the Republic have fallen. Ere long, the Imperial banner shall fly over every city in Storm. And then Valisthea. All shall bow before their Emperor.
Father, these are the words of a tyrant.
They are the words of a god. The Emperor whom I gladly serve. Great Grieger, made flesh. Return to your camp, Dion, and ready your forces. It is time to show the world the true power of Sanbreque.
Father. I find you much changed. Is this truly the path you wish to tread? Or are these the ambitions of another? Of Ultima, perhaps?
What nonsense is this? I speak my mind, and my mind only. Though I do owe Annabella thanks for reminding me of certain truths regarding the nature of nations, of rulers, and of the divine.
You would trust the words of this traitress? She betrayed her country. She slew her husband.
You have ever been an invaluable servant to Sanbreque, Prince Dion. I trust you will continue to serve your Emperor in the wars to come.
The canker! Silence! Insolent wretch! You will bend the knee. All else is heresy.
Sire, forgive me.
This audience is over. Come, your Radiance. The Rowena Syndicate awaits your pleasure.
Oh, not another meeting with silly old men. They're so boring. I'm hungry, Father. Can't we have luncheon instead?
Does it pain you that you will not inherit your father's throne?
I have suffered worse.
Count your blessings, Dion. For a base-born child to be chosen by Bahamut is miracle enough. You have risen high on his wings, but you shall rise no higher, lest your impure blood stain the throne.
What do you know of my blood?
The Bocklab markets are to the north. We just need to hug the coast.
Oh, the Dullamill Inn has a quest too.
Infiltrating the Dominion won't be easy with the Imperials on high alert.
No. His Radiance has lost one capital already. We can be sure Sylvester will do everything.
Hold on, what's going on here? Oh, the thing is starting. The Final Fantasy thing is starting. The what do you call it? Well, I need to move this thing over actually, if that's actually really gonna start soon. Hold on, hold up. It's happening. It's happening.
Because they don't know how to live without the crystal's blessing.
Alright, this is it. It's starting. I don't know if we're gonna cover the whole thing. I don't know how long this is gonna be.
ありがとうございます。早いものでスクエアエニックス、このプログラムが最終ステージとなりました。ここからのお時間は第83回ファイナルファンタジー14プロデューサーレターライブをお送りしたいと思います。
These are the guys that made the game, guys. They said the game's wonderful. It's the best game ever. This is the team. And there are the people who play the game, yeah. This is awesome. This is awesome.
今一瞬名乗り間違えまようとしません。
違う。今回さ、あなた最後のステージって言ったじゃない？いやそうなんです。事実最後のステージなんです。私さ、2日間でさ、ステージってトータルいくつやったんだろうなと思って、スクエアエニックスってなんか半分ぐらい出てんじゃねえか。
多分そうです。
肩書きみんな違う。
大変。
いやでもちょっと余談なんですけど、まあ僕そもそもゲーム開発者
存じております。
でPLL はもともと自分がね十何年前に始めてるからいいんですけど、MC をやるのはどうなのかねと。
昨日そう MC でしたよね。
Yeah, this is really good.
改めて感じました。
あら。お褒めいただいてありがとうございます。
Yeah, very good, very good. Everyone's みんなで。
そうなんかね。MC の方って促し演者さんにお話ししてもらって、楽しくそれをこうお届けするのが本来役目だと思うんですけど、ついね上にこう行っちゃおうとする。すごいな。
じゃあ僭越ながら私から MC の極意を2つほど2つありまして決めていることが、1つは無に徹すること。我こそがタイムキーパーだって強い自覚のもとで、あともう一つは大体こう MC をやると MC じゃない人って、なんていうんですかね、この全体のステージの中では敬意を払う対象の人が来るじゃないですか。ゲストの人だったり目上の人だったりにちょっとだけ失礼。
あえてね。
そうあえてね。そのバランスを間違えると大事故が起こるんですけど。
あなた初回の PLL1 回目から社長に失礼だったからね。いやそんなこんなで今日は第83回となりました。そのプロデューサーレターライブ、東京ゲームショウ幕張メッセからお届けしていきたいと思います。
はい、で今日は、パッチ 7.1 コンテンツ特集。
For those that don't know what's going on, this is like toward the end of the TGS. This TGS has been going on this past week. Throughout the second half of this past week. So this is like the end of it. I think this is the last day, actually. This is the last day. Hold on, what time is it over there?
早速始めて参りたいと思います。
It's like 3 in the afternoon over there. This is taking place around 3 in the afternoon.
2日間通して壇上に上がってる人数一番少ないです。
Maybe they'll reveal the RTX 5090 or something. Who knows? Like a surprise thing or something. Who knows? Actually, does this stream have?
内容結構もちろん全部ではないんですけど、はい。
今日はパート1ということですので、特に実機の方は使わずに、パワーポイントと、吉田
They have a PowerPoint, guys.
7.1 でどんなものが来るかという概要をご紹介したいと思います。
How long have I been? Wow. The stream's been long. It's been like 5 hours.
堀さんのステージから転換20分では無理だよね。
そう、さすがに厳しい。
今日はパワーポイントベースなので、皆さんも画面見ながらですね、皆さんのリアクションも拾いつついこうと思いますので、どうぞよろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。
はい。
よろしくお願いします。
これ持ってこうやってやってると大喜利みたいな。これ。
講談のような。
じゃあまずは、パッチ 7.1 ということで、今回コンテンツ特集パート1なので、まだ当然トレーラーはございません。っていうか影も形もないですまだ。メインクエストの今絶賛 PD チェックやって調整もやってるので、ちょっとねあまりにもまた僕来週から海外なので PD チェックスケジュールが地獄で。ホテルの夜チェックやってたぐらい
順調ということでよろしいですか？
順調である。というわけで今日はただ、パッチアートとパッチタイトルは間に合いましたので、こちらでまずはパッチアートから
よろしくお願いします。
紹介させていただこうかなと思います。それではお願いします。
どうぞ。どよめく会場。
あ、会場の皆さん大変ありがたいどよめきをお願いしありがとうございます。
Oh, I see.
なんか情報量の多いアートな感じがしますね。
まあまあそうですね。
うん、そうですね。
ああ、もうコメント大騒ぎで。
そうだよね。
コメントの方でもですね。
コメント
大変
多いです。
大
変だな。
キャラ名が連発されております。
そうね。特定の名前が飛び交っております。
すごい。まず、まあ一番上ね。
一番上。
神々しいのが
シーバー。
神々しいですね。
まあこちらはまあ絶新たな絶がまあ絶もう一つの未来ということで、まあリンとガイアが登場するんだろうなということで、
そんな雰囲気ですね。
まあまあわかりますね。
はい、わかります。わかります。わかります。
まずそもそもびっくりするのがその逆、この左下にいるこちら。
ヌンって
なんでお前こんなところに間違えてない出るパッチって。ちょっとこの人がなぜここで薄気味悪い笑いをしているのかは、そして中央部分がですね、まさかの
賑やかですね。
我々開発チームが
賑やか
想定していなかった人気になってしまった2つ頭のキャラクターがね、その手前見たことない。
そうだよね。
まあ、11プレイヤーはね、あれなのかな。
もう
なぜこの2人が
なぜ
そうになっているのかと。いやいや、なのでちょっとね、もう光の戦士どこ行ったっていう感じですけど、
大忙しに。
はい、ちょっとそのままパッチタイトルを出してみましょう。
はい、お願いします。
はい、今回はクロスロード、未知との
クロスロード。
未知との開口でした。
ごめんなさい、映画の名前を
そうね。
いや、この世代未知とのとなると
遭遇がどうしても出ちゃう。
未知との開口ですね。まあいろんなものがちょっと今回交わっていきますよということで、ちょっとね A の文字にあるクリスタルなんかも11プレイヤーだった方はちょっとね、
そうですね、
あれあえてなのかなみたいなところがあるかと思いますが、ね、なんか闇王さんらしき方もヌンと、
そうなんかもう絵が忙しすぎて自然にいすぎですよね。
いやまあそうですね。はい、というわけで、こんなパッチアート、パッチタイトルでパッチ 7.1 お届けしてまいろうと思います。
はい。
で、まあじゃあ分かったよいっぱいいるんでしょ、いつなのっていうのをざっくり目安ですがお伝えさせていただきます。
はい、お願いします。
こちら2024年11月中旬公開予定と。11
月中旬。
はい、おそらく14プレイヤーの多くの方もね声も上げずに大きく出してらっしゃるので、知ってた定期っていうことなんで。
I knew it.
11月にリリースされて、
I knew it was gonna happen. I knew it was coming in November,
10
guys.
月下旬くらいからはいろんな PR 始まっていくと思いますので、絵も見れていくんじゃないかなと思います。
すごい、もうコメントに特定の日付が飛び交っている状態ですけどね。
おお、なるほど。
11月中旬でございますのでよろしくお願いいたします。
さあ
では中身の方に、早速入っていきたいと思いますので、まずはじめはこちらからです。お願いします。
さあ、まあこれいいですよ、タイトル出していただいて、はい、新たなメインクエストということで、
新たなメインクエスト、New Main Scenario Quest。新たなメインクエスト。
そしてさらにもう1枚ございます。
Okay.
声の人。
Yeah, very good, very good.
ちょっとこのあたりね、70でももう少し掘り下げて。
This is so basically this is the stuff that they've been working on for the past, well, basically for a long time. They've been working on this for a long time. New main scenario quest, new content.
そしてその先は次のね、8.0 なのか、9.0 なのか、 まあ、8.0 なんでしょうけど、向かって物語どんどん加速またしていきますので、ぜひそのスタート地点、たっぷりですね楽しんでいただければと思います。
Very good. Yeah, see, I told you. I told you guys that the game is good.
続いてですが、続いてはこちらになります。どうぞ。はい。お、新たな有効部族クエストということで、ペルペル族ですね。
もう分かりやすい、
ペルペル族。
色が違う人が
違いますね。
いますので、
新たな
この方を中心に物語が進んでいくんでしょうね、ということで。
クエスト。
まあでもペルペル族も
Wait, what? New Allied Society? 会社? 社会? Really? They're doing that? That's different. So they're doing like factions instead of beast tribes?
だんだん色違いさんが増えてきそうな気がするね。
確かにね。
そうね。
何色になるのかなみたいな。
ピンクとかグリーンとか欲しくなってくるでしょ。
もう一枚ございますね。
That didn't look like that was green. That looked like bluish teal to me, or sky blue, or cyan, or something.
すいません。ちょっとステージの返しもうちょっと強くもらっていいですか。
お願いします。
お互いの声がちょっと聞こえづらい。ありがとうございます。強くなりました。助かります。
でこちらの有効部族クエストはファイター系になるんですか。
ファイター系ですか。はい。なのでまあ随分ねジョブも増えましたので、それらのねレベリングにお使いしていただいてもよろしいですし。だいたい 6.X の時と同じような EXP 配分してますので、結構レベリングに有効に使っていただける。
There's a lot of people watching this right now. I'm looking at Square Enix's official, like the Square Enix YouTube channel. There is literally 73,000 people watching this right now, and then other content creators that cover Final Fantasy more heavily than I do, obviously. They got like 3K people watching on like separate streams and stuff. There's a lot of people hyped up about this. There is more hype on this than Black Myth Wukong. It's insane.
新たなお得意様取引ということで、二等池。
ここは結構予想外だったんじゃないかな。これは予想外じゃないかな。
ね。
二等池。
うん。
さあまあどんなね物語がまあちょっとね第一世界では、魂を分かたれた人たちはとはちょっとね異なった運命がね、ちゃんと
PlayStation Japan, there's like 2,400 people watching right now at the TGS special stage. I kind of want to see what's going on over there. Oh wait, hold up. Let's go see what's over here. The I watch your streams bot didn't appear. Yeah, I guess not. Hold on. Let's go look and see what's going on over here. Hold on, mute. Hold on, they've got like another one going. This one's going too. Wait a minute, what? Hold on, I gotta mute this one. These guys are talking too much. This one is more organized.
順調なんで、開発も大丈夫でございますな。大丈夫だと思います。
じゃあこの後の説明は安心して聞けるということで、じゃあ進めていきましょうか。では早速ですね、
This is the PlayStation one. So they got PlayStation going on one right now, and then they've got like Square Enix is doing their thing that we were just watching earlier, but that one was kind of, I don't know what was going on. They were basically like so into it, man. They were like way into it. They got like 75,000 people watching on their official YouTube channel. Yes, this is the stage. This is at TGS happening right now. So what do they got going on over here?
でどちらも新無双オリジンズの公式ページからリンクで飛べるようになっておりますので、ぜひお願いいたします。
はい、わかりました。このね、新作
Man, the Opera browser is pretty nice. Like you can watch picture in picture. I'm still watching Square Enix's stream. You guys aren't seeing it, but I still see it like as a picture in picture in front of this thing, in front of the PlayStation one.
ありがとうございます。もうおかげですごい好
本当に
評で、はい。
期待値が上がりましたし、ご覧いただいた皆さんのコメントもすごい温かいものが多くて、楽しみにしてくださって。
She's surprised at how many, like, everybody is commenting about this. They think it's so wonderful. They're so happy. Wait, what is this game? Is this Dynasty Warriors Origins? What is this? What are we watching? I don't even know what's going on. Like, what is the game? I didn't catch the name of the game.
はい、ではじゃあ早速詳しい情報をお願いします。
じゃあまずスライドの方から、はい。
Is this Dynasty? Yeah, is this Dynasty Warriors Origins? Or is this... Yeah.
というところでこちらの話ですね。でこちらのまあ新無双というとまあプレイステーションとずっと歩んできたんですけども、まあ今回このハードの性能最大限、プレイステーション5の性能最大限に引き出してまあ画面上もう埋め尽くす。
I thought everybody left my stream, especially when it like when I turned on the Final Fantasy live stream. I'm surprised you're still here, Marcelo. Everybody just seemed to have bailed. Like, I don't want to watch this.
ちゃんと人というか、だし、だからこそのその圧力というか、すごく感じますよね。
そうですね。もう数出してるだけではないっていうところをぜひぜひ。でこれまあただまあとはいえこの
Oh, you just arrived?
この後実際のゲームプレイでしっかりとまたお見せしたいと思っております。
I almost fell out of my chair. I leaned too far. I literally almost fell over.
で仲間と連動しながらこの攻略するという本作ならではの戦い方もこの後素晴らしいプレイでお見せしますので、はい、ぜひそこも見ていただければと思います。
ちょこちょことプレッシャーをかけてい
Man, can they please move on to something else?
ありますけれどもね。
はい、では次のポイントを、はい、いきたいと思います。はい。ということで、より深く描かれる三国志の世界というところで、これ以上に今まで
This is boring. Wait, hold on. Go back. Okay, here, watch this one. Yeah, see, they're all like into it. Everybody on the Final Fantasy stream is so into it. They're talking loud. I can't even hear what they're saying. Hold on, make these guys quiet. These guys are like talking too loud.
ブラディ・ヒルンドどうしたんだもんね。
いろいろ気になりますね。
いろいろ気になる。
Inconceivably further Hildebrand adventures.
はい、見てみましょう。どうぞ。
わからないね。
まあ。
これではわからないね。いやもう出せないですね。スクリーンショット。
Oh, he grabbed the thing to put out the flame so that the bomb that she's holding doesn't blow up. Yeah, that's like that's a thing that always happens with Nashu. Nashu always does that. She always pulls out like bombs that explode, like it's a Super Mario Brothers game or something, like a bomb from the Mario 64. Man, this stream went from like talking about motherboards to playing through Act 2 in Final Fantasy 16 to like now it's just completely like the stream basically is completely derailed all because of TGS.
ナシは意外と巻き込まれないんで、爆弾に。というわけで、いよいよヒルディブランドシリーズ、スタートしてまいりますが、プロローグという形になってますんで。
They're basically saying that there hasn't been Hildebrand content since the end of I think it was like one of the patches in Endwalker. So it's like Hildebrand's gonna start up again. More quests are coming in. A whole new storyline has been written, and this is the first section of it, debuting in November. Mid-November, he said, with patch 7.1. Here we go. What's to come in patch 7.1?
早くもですが、強くてニューゲーム、まあ一度クリアした。
強くてニューゲーム。So basically, New Game Plus support for 7.0. I thought that was already in the game.
パチ 7.0 全体対応させていただいてます。
I thought that was already in the game. What?
対応しております。そして。
Wait, New Game Plus is not in the... I thought weren't people doing that? Weren't people turning on New Game Plus so they could turn the final zone back into the way it was before you changed it? No, Final Fantasy 14 is pretty hardcore, man. It's had New Game Plus for a long time. Main questo, job questo, role questo. So basically you're getting new main scenario quests, new job quests, and new role quests. Wait, why do they need new role quests?
全てのメインクエストに登場する ID は
コンテンツ
したはずなんですけど、
サポータ
ー、さらにですね、メインクエスト以外のダンジョンもゆっくりではあるんですけど、対応していこうよという話になりまして、はい、まあちょっと
support for non-scenario quests. What does this mean? I don't even know what that means in English. I was like, wait, I don't know what this means in Japanese. What does this mean? I don't even know what it means in English. Support for non-main scenario quest dungeons to be implemented moving forward. What does that mean?
なるほど。
はい、ロアも詰まってるので。なのでコンテンツサポーター対応やっていきましょう。
I like how the other guy is literally just agreeing with everything that he's saying. Like even if he says something wrong, the guy's just agreeing with him. He's just like, yeah, so da yo ne. Oh, naruhodo ne. He's like, yeah, I agree. Yeah, isn't it so? Like, oh man, what happened to my live stream? The live stream got hijacked by Yoshi P and the Final Fantasy crew.
これが出たことで本当に手前からコツコツ行く気だなっていう覚悟を
They forced me to quit playing 16 to watch this.
あなたに覚えてる方は覚えてると思いますけど、結構今の ID とは比べると
Number of paranormal 3 a.m.
ボスとかも
Hello.
ね、行ったりかね、来たり行ったりするし、なのでちょっと。
Support for Holotali will be added in 7. What are they talking about?
オーラムっていう単語が。
What, I don't understand what they're talking about. Like duty support? What do you mean by duty support? Oh, maybe they're talking about like the trust system? I have no idea what's going on. I'm lost. I was following along with what they were saying earlier, but all this I don't know what that is. Alright, let me see what's going on over here, because I can't see. Call of Duty crossover inbound?
今年、まあ去年から今年にかけて海外で、まあ日本の皆さんもそうですけど、
This one is more interesting. Let's go and listen to these guys again.
つつ全く三国志知らない人にいかに楽しんでいただけるかを考えて作ったので
Man, they're still talking about this Dynasty Warriors game.
方がどんどん増えていくというね素敵な試みだと思いました。以上新三国無双オリジンズのご紹介でした。では続いては実際のゲームプレイで進化した一気当選アクションを見ていきたいと思いますが
Have you used Reiji or
これをですね、まあ
Dungry before in Vanguard?
大島君スーパープレイヤーを連れてきてますので、
Are you talking about Vanguard Zero? Didn't Vanguard Zero close down after like 2 years ago or something? Are you talking about the Dungary deck in Vanguard Zero or the Dungary deck in regular Vanguard? And the Dark Irregulars Reiji. Man, this stream just got weird, man. Like, first of all, this starts happening, and now people are talking about Carfight Vanguard in the chat. What was I expecting to talk about Carfight Vanguard? So what I can tell you is I never built the Dungary deck. Like the physical cards, I never had Dungary. I had the one Dungary from Binding Force of the Black Rings, the Link Joker debut set. I pulled like one copy, but I never built the deck. And then Reiji, I never built that deck either, but I know someone that did. And back then, they let me film the deck for a deck profile video. So if you're referring to a Reiji deck that was on my channel years ago, that wasn't my deck. That was somebody else that let me film the deck for the video, so I could cover the deck.
これもぜひ製品の方でお楽しみいただければなと思いますので、ちょっとここでじゃあスピップをさせていただきます。はい。
It's weird hearing Japanese in the background and speaking in English. Like, I'm talking in English and reading English, but then I hear Japanese in the background. Because it's like my mind is trying to, like, switch. It's trying to switch to Japanese because I keep hearing it.
本日お時間の都合もございますので、こちらもすみません、公式番組の方をぜひ見ていただければと思います。じゃあスキップしましょう。はい、もうとにかく戦っているところをね、見てほしい。そこを見ていただきたいので。
Are they showing this on the PS5 Pro?
戦のこの戦自宅というところで準備できる。ちょっとここはちょっと武器で変更したりとかですね。あとこの
If people that were in here earlier come in here now, they're gonna be so confused. Like, what's going on? The stream literally changed. It's like so different from what it was. The first part of the stream was all like motherboards, X870E, Zen 5, and overclocking, and then it somehow turned into like a discussion about gaming, and then it turned into like me playing through Final Fantasy 16. And then it's like, it's just like the Charlie Brown in the background, and you constantly hear this pero, like this. So I just keep talking, man. Oh, okay, we get to see some gameplay. Although, wait, what's okay? Oh man, this is on PS5 Pro? Oh, whoa! How do you learn Japanese? I like the way you would learn any language that's not your primary language. You listen to it constantly, and you consume content in it, and you also try to learn the writing system so you can become literate. And it depends on the person though. Like, I would highly suggest taking a class because that helps. It helps force you to not lose interest in it. Do you speak with any Japanese? Not recently. It's been a long time. I don't actually use any Japanese, so I've actually lost a lot of my abilities to use the language. I'll tell you, like, so I used to also know Spanish, but I forgot like all my Spanish. So initially, when I was in school, I studied Spanish because we were required to learn a second language in middle school and high school. So I studied Spanish, and the sad thing is I learned more Spanish when I was in 6th grade than I learned in all the years that I studied it in high school combined. Which goes to show that they really need to teach children languages when they're in elementary school, because the younger you are when you learn a second language, the faster, easier, and the longer you'll retain it. Because when I think of Spanish, like when I try to think of Spanish sentences in my mind, because I can barely speak Spanish anymore, like I always think back to like 6th grade Spanish. I never think of like high school Spanish because it's like I didn't really like learn anything in high school Spanish. I learned all my Spanish from 6th grade. But having said all that, I guess the reason why I'm talking about learning Spanish in school, I started learning Japanese after high school. So by that time I was already like a college student, and it basically, Japanese kind of replaced Spanish. It like overwrote, it like formatted my brain and like erased my ability to speak Spanish, but I can still like understand some Spanish, and I can still like think of stuff in Spanish. But the thing is, the thing that I'll always appreciate about studying Spanish in school was learning how to pronounce words in Spanish helped me with Japanese pronunciation, because I can tell when somebody did not study, like if someone only knows English, whether it's American English or British English, or any one of the English-speaking countries type of English, I can tell if they never studied like either a Latin or like a Romance type language, because if they try to speak Japanese, you can hear the accent. But if somebody studied Spanish, or I guess maybe Portuguese or Italian, they don't have any problem pronouncing Japanese words. Like, they sound good when they speak Japanese words, even if they don't even know how to speak Japanese. Because the phonetic system that Japanese uses is exactly the same as Spanish. So Spanish and Japanese sound very similar. As far as the phonetic, the vowel sounds and the consonant sounds, they're very similar. She's saying abunai, abunai. Abunai means dangerous. Danger, danger. Man, this is interesting, but I wish like someone would show a different game, or they would like start showing like PS5 Pro or something. Which one's easier? What do you mean which one's easier? Between Spanish and Japanese? You already speak Spanish and you want to learn Japanese, but the alphabet is a huge bottleneck? The Japanese actually has less phonetic sounds than Spanish. For example, Spanish, you have to know, you have to learn the double R, which I can't do the carro. Like I can't, it's hard for me to make the rolling R sound. I can't naturally make the rolling R sound. I have to use a word like carro. I have to carro to roll the tongue. It's very hard for me to do that. I can't naturally do that. So, but like if you're speaking Japanese, Japanese doesn't have a sound like that. You know what I'm saying? Like it's easier. There's no, depending on who you ask, there's no L or R sound. It's one but not the other. And then there's no V sound naturally, like V for victory. There's no V sound. So like if you ask someone to say victory, they'd be like victory. Like they'll say it with like a B sound instead of a V sound. I think Japanese. Oh, you asked me which one is easier to learn. So as someone who primarily speaks English, Spanish is easier to learn than Japanese. Well, they have their own challenges. The challenging thing about Spanish is the masculine, feminine verb conjugation. That's like the most challenging thing about it. But other than that, it's really straightforward. From what I remember, Japanese, the easy thing about Japanese is you don't have to worry about an insane amount of irregular verbs. Like the Japanese language only has 2 irregular verbs in the entire language. And you think about English, English has an insane number of irregular verbs. Like I don't even know how many irregular verbs English has. But Japanese only has 2. Kuru and suru. To do and to... to do and to come. Like to go, to come over here, like kuru. To do something, suru. There's only 2. An irregular verb is a verb that doesn't conjugate normally. So like for example, if I say game o suru, I can also say game o shimasu. Like I can change, or if I do past tense, game o shita. You know what I'm saying? So, well, you don't know what I'm saying, but like I'm telling you, the sound changes, and it's like it becomes almost like a completely different looking, different sounding word. That's an irregular verb. Like it's a verb that conjugates in a way that it doesn't follow the rule. Like if you learn how to conjugate a verb, that specific verb doesn't conjugate. It doesn't follow the rule. It's irregular. It's not a rational verb. It's like, you know what I'm saying? So the rule doesn't apply to it. That's what I mean by irregular verb. Now I'm trying to think of an English example. I can't even think of an English example because there's like so many of them. to like if you say
周りがもう片付いちゃったんで孫さんがやめてしまいました。すみません。はい、こういうこともございます。大成功ね。ちなみにどういうやつだったかというと、周りの人が一斉攻撃をするというものなんですが、
jumping,
それは綿の置き換えという
jump.
ことで。
That's a normal
東
verb.
側からこれ型がついたので、で南側が
But in a regular verb would be one where it's like the one of the like either the past tense or the future tense is a completely different word. Like it isn't even, you know what I'm saying? It's like a completely different word. So I don't know, what's an example of a irregular? Well, it's so weird. Like I can't even think of an English irregular verbs.
このドンつくというか商社で、はい、開門してくれたので
English irregular
ここから
verbs.
なだれ込んでくるというのをまあちょっとだからこれはお手伝いしてあげると
Arise, arose, arisen.
合流しましたよと。
Oh, okay. Here's one. Here's a good one. Here's a good one. Yes, yes. Slept. Wait. No, like away. Like be, was, were, been. See what I'm talking about? Like that doesn't even to like be to be. And then past simple was. Like you don't. It's not. What would be the regular? How would you say to be like in past tense? To well, past participle is been to have to been or to, well, you wouldn't say it like that. See, that's what I'm talking about. Being is past participle though. Like past simple is was. So was instead of be was. Instead of me being happy, I was happy. See, you wouldn't say I being happy. You know what I'm saying? That is an example of a regular verb. Yeah, to have been happy, to have been happy, to have been sad, to be happy, to be sad. But like if you're saying the simple version is was. I was happy. I was sad. And then if it's plural, it becomes another different word. They were sad. They were happy. See what I mean? Like that's the challenge with English is English has an insane, and there's like so many examples of that. Thankfully, if someone's learning Japanese, they only have to learn like 2. There's only 2 irregular verbs. There's none of this like, I don't even know how many. Like, let me Google that real quick. Like, how many irregular verbs are actually in there? How many irregular verbs is in this language? I don't even know. It's like, it's funny because it's like, you never think about how. You never think about the challenges of your native language until you have to explain it to somebody, and then you're like, oh man, yeah, this actually is legit hard. Because I can only imagine having to memorize all of that. It's a real pain.
と一緒に戦える。はい。
ただですね、この演術が玉璽を持って結構意外としぶといやつでですね。
She was saying like together the attack power is increased or something, like when you do the team attack or the tag attack, it's like it has like an attack buff or something or attack bonus. Okay, these guys are like really boring. Let's go back over to this one. There's a lot of people watching this. 83,500 plus people are watching this right now.
ほぼフィックスになりましたので、まあ一足先に公開バランスでやっておりますが、3ボス目が大変。
This looks like something out of Resident Evil.
最近の ID ボスはやんちゃですよね。
しかも新しい。
はい。あ、また新しいこと。
新しいですよ。こんなことすんなよって多分思うと思います皆さん。大変倒せた時は、この野郎っていう感じになります。
Can they like show something else besides just this one screenshot?
よし、やるぞっていう感じで臨んでいただけると助かります。
はい、ありがとうございます。
さあ続いてのバトルコン
All
テ
right,
ン
he's
ツ
saying
で
next
す
up
が、
we have
こちらをお届けしましょう。
Oh, okay. The 24-man, they're talking about the new 24-man raid. It's called whatever that is, Echoes of Vanadil. This is actually a Final Fantasy XI thing.
ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。あ、後ろの方もすごい。ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。
Man, and the people just love them. See, this is what I'm saying. Like, so many people like the From Software. Like, no, not even just From Software. I'm saying From Software. That's not even From Software. They like Creative Business Unit 3. The people right now who are presenting are Creative Business Unit 3. This is like a subdivision. This is a specific development team within Square Enix. These are the guys that work on Final Fantasy XIV, which is the cash cow for Square Enix, or it's one of them, besides all their mobile games. And then the other game that they made was the game that I was just playing, Final Fantasy XVI.
開発チーム内の14プレイヤー24人を集めて初見を何回もやるので、はい、この前やったやつも来ないでって言って、次の開発者24人って言って、こうやってってます。はい。の今に1回目が始まるぐらいのタイミングかな。で、やっぱり多少歯応えある方が皆さん楽しいというお声が本当ですね多いので、多少歯応えのあるレイドにさせていただいて。
He's commenting about like how everyone in the crowd seems full of energy and everyone's having a good time.
ちょっと今日はスクリーンショットを
Alright, he's gonna show some preview images of like what to expect in there. There we go. Here we
ここ
go.
でストップよ。さあ、おっとこれはさあどなたか11経験者これが何なのか。
See, I never played Final Fantasy XI, but I can only imagine that. Oh, that's what he was saying earlier. He was saying that like he was asking like how many people in the crowd played Final Fantasy XI. So this is like a nostalgia trip for people who played Final Fantasy XI back in the day.
レイドタイトル第1弾なんですが、ジュノザ・ファースト・ウォークというコンテンツタイトルでお届けしてまいります。
すごい、孫うことなきジュノですね、これはね。
はい、こちら、ファイナルファンタジー14のグラフィックスなんですが、ジュノを当時ジュノを作ってたスタッフも含めみんなで再現しております。なので、
Yeah, it's literally in. So what's written on the screen in that Japanese script actually is like English. It's transcribed into the Japanese writing system, but it literally reads Juno the Fast Walk, and it's in yellow down at the bottom. Juno? The first walk.
どうなんでしょうね。
Juno the Fast Walk.
うわ、期待どうなるんだろうか。
ねえ。まああと余談ではありますが。
But I believe this is the last day of TGS. So why is this happening on the last day? I have no idea. I guess because it's on the weekend for them and they want to work on a Sunday? Who knows?
いや本当にファイナルファンタジー11のテクスチャーのタイリングループっていうのはおそらく未だに世界一だと思うんですよ。
それよく言いますよね。
本当に信じられない。
He's saying the new look. You can now experience the new look of Final Fantasy XI reimagined within the Final Fantasy XIV world.
ずっとそのメモリ管理とテクスチャーの謎を
Going down memory lane.
なるほどね。
はい、壁をずっと
凝視してる。
そうそう、ちょっとね、イかれたやつが眠っているんですが、まあこんなところが。出てまいります。さらにもう一枚スクリーンショットございます。
Another screenshot coming up. Here we go.
ねえ。
I mean, this is a big deal for the Final Fantasy XIV crowd because this is basically a preview of the next big content patch, which is coming out in mid-November. So what's cool about it is this patch lines up with the PlayStation 5 Pro. So right now, PlayStation 5 Pro is the big deal. It's a big deal right now in Japan at the TGS show, as you can imagine. Like, there's a lot of like hype around PS5 Pro. The problem is it's like super expensive in Japan. Like it's $700 in the US, but it is more expensive in the European Union, and it is even more expensive in Japan.
そうね。アーク AA っていう名前が見えておりますが、まあもちろん11ご存知ない方でも。
They're talking about stuff about specific things in Final Fantasy XI that I don't understand because I never played that game.
このね、エコーズ・オブ・バナディールシリーズをきっかけに11によりね、
There was a place that you had to go through something. There was like some trial that you had to get through back in the day. I forget what. I don't really know what he's talking about, but you know. It sounds cool. I just never played the game, so I don't understand the context of what they're talking about in terms of Final Fantasy XI. It's about 1,288 in Brazil. Yeah, that's a lot. Oh, what? I wonder what the price is. Hold on. PS5 Pro.
カタカナとかでやったんですけど、どうしても雰囲気が出ない。
Okay, yeah, it's very expensive in Brazil. So Japan, it turns out, it's about $850. It's like $150 more in Japan than in the US.
すいません、バグではないのでご承知おきください。パッチノートにもね、ちゃんと書こうとは思いますが、そうさせて。ちょっと細かいんですが、そうさせていただきます。
例えばですけど、仮に闇の王がいたとしたら、ここに出るのは闇の王。
He's like, for example, they have the ears. That one creature had with the ears. Or the horn? No, not the ears. The horns or something.
まあでもなんかちょっとわかります。
わかりますよね。はい。
He's like, do you understand what I'm saying? Do you understand what I'm talking about? It's like, I don't know what you're talking about, bro. I never played this game. わかりますか? That's like, do you understand? You get it?
いつだっけな、2、3週間後の初見メンバーに招集されておりますので、大変楽しみにしております。
そうね。
はい、大変楽しみにしております。
あさって？
あさってじゃないです。10月半ばぐらいのやつです。
ああ、なるほど。だいぶ終盤。
PD チェックかなんかだと思います。
あ、じゃあ多分それね、最終ですね。
総まとめの頃に。じゃあ一番仕上がったやつを。
そうです。
Still going strong. Yeah, we're now watching the live stream. I'm live streaming the live stream of another live stream that's taking place on the other side of the world. This is live at TGS, the last day of TGS.
楽しみです。
はい。精一杯。
Oh, MSI or somebody was showing motherboards over there. Obviously not at the Square Enix booth, but somewhere in there, there was like an MSI thing going on. They didn't have the Godlike though. They were showing like the carbon Wi-Fi. It was the carbon Wi-Fi. I don't know. I feel like MSI seeded a whole bunch of carbon Wi-Fis to lift different media outlets. Oh, they're talking about, okay, here we go. EX, new trial. Fiend's Burden. Oh, I'm scared. I'm probably not even gonna do this content. This is like I already struggled enough through EX1 and EX2 in post game for Dawntrail. However, I think everybody going into this will probably have better gear, so this is probably not going to be. Well, no, I don't. I say that, but that's not true. Typically, the 0.1 patch trial is one of the harder ones, but it's also one of the more memorable ones. This is gonna be a really annoying fight to have to pug through in like week 1 and week 2 if you're using Party Finder. Yeah, he's even saying like, how is everyone gonna have fun getting their clears? I don't know if it's gonna. I wouldn't call it fun, but I guess he was being sarcastic.
めちゃくちゃ上がるんですけど、2人とも言ってまうっていうのがね、稀によくある。
あそこはでもリリース前に当然我々も議論になりまして。ヒーラーに輝いてほしいんですって担当者が言ってましたよ。
輝ける。あそこを乗り越えればもう一気に輝ける。
ヒーラーの方、どれぐらいいらっしゃいます？
私の気持ちが分かるヒーラーの方ね。ほらね、分かるでしょ。
I don't know what they're talking about. He's asking like, how many of you out there play healers? Who plays healers? Oh, they're talking about like, don't make the healer angry. Don't make your healers angry if you don't know how to do the fight. Man, normal mode was fun. This is the fight that had the human Tetris. You had to like fit your character through the shapes while the thing like flew at you.
いやー、どうでしょう。
どうでしょうね。どこに行ったんだろうね。ね。ちょっと一枚戻してもらえますか。
戻しましょうか。
なんかもう進みましょう。はい。場所すら違うくねみたいな。はいはいはい。
So it looks like the arena, like it looks like it goes into an ice area. It looks like there's an ice phase in this one.
あんなもん信用できるかいっていう薄さの板が敷いてありますね。
割れるのか滑るのかはたまた回転するのか。
いやーもうそうね。
Man, this is the game that's like this game is holding Square Enix together.
はい、これ打ちますね。
だからあれどっちかサイドにまず寄りなさいだと思うんですけど、寄った後に中央なくなんでしょうどうせみたいなね。
ね、多分そういうことですよ。
まあぜひそんな室内さんにご期待いただいて楽しんでください。
これ動くってことはまた素敵報酬も待って
He's like, please have fun, everybody.
ですよね。
We put a lot of effort into this fight
大変興味
design.
深くお待ちしておりますので。
まあそこはあれかな。パート2の方で次回ねお知らせさせていただければと。
はい、ということでぜひご期待ください。エターナルクイーン特別編のご紹介でした。はい。はい。
さあ次のバトルコンテンツはこちらです。
All right, here we go. Wait, what?
なるほどね。
なんか着物の柄で見たなこいつ。
Why is this? Oh, Unreal. Why is this guy the Unreal? This loser's back? What? Byakko from Stormblood?
そうか、Byakkoか。
Who voted this guy in?
いやいやいや。
私バトル自体は大変好きなんですよ。テンポが速くて。
Looks like a Dragon Ball villain. Man, this dude shouldn't be here. What is it? Who thought this was a cool idea? I don't agree. I did not expect Byakko to become the next Unreal fight. Like, what? No, I ain't doing this. This is a complete skip. This is a complete skip. I'm not even gonna bother with this. No. They're all clapping. No, stop clapping. Yeah, right there.
素見がどうするか次第じゃん。
なるほどね。
僕曲の浅いに口挟めないんで。いやわかんないですよ。
これ PD チェックはやるんですか？これ
No. This is no. I wanted a different Unreal. I didn't want this.
流れてるのかどうなのか。
I'm not happy with
僕はあんまり
this.
好きじゃないんで。
好きじゃない. Yeah, 好きじゃない. I don't like it. Sorry, I don't like it.
自分の声が流れてくるんですよ。
まあ。
いいわけないでしょ。
そう集中できない。
集中できないよ。いやここもうちょっとさ素見エフェクターかけといてくれるやいいじゃんみたいな。
そういうところが気になります。
生声に近いんですよあれ。
I'm not happy, Yoshi. I don't like
曲のさ当時とか自分のボーカルはさ
綺麗にね
めっちゃ調整してんのに。
No, that was not a cool fight. I didn't think that was cool at all.
ならないことを僕は祈ってます。はい。
じゃあそこにも注目していただいて、
注目しなくて
現Byakko聖魂戦に挑んでみてください。
ということは当面
そういうことですね。
このシリーズで現は進んでいくのかなと。
I didn't like any of the Stormblood trials. Post-game trials. I didn't like any of that stuff. I was not a fan of the Stormblood fights at all. Very, very disappointed that that's the Unreal.
ドドドン。
おや。新たなバトルコンテンツ。ざっくりいきましたが。
新たなバトルコンテンツ。
タイプではあるの ので、新しいと分かりやすく書いてみたっていうのが、
Okay.
まあちょっとかねてから、まあインタビューとかでちょいちょいは。
Wait, are they gonna redo? Hold on a second. Wait a minute. What? Are they redoing the 24 mans, the old ones? Chaotic a lot. Okay, okay. I like this. I like this. I will do this. That Dragon Ball guy? Forget about that. No, we're not doing that. That's trash. This, I have been waiting for this. Chaotic Alliance Raid. Yeah, yeah. What? No one's clapping. No one claps on the one that I like. They clap on the one that I don't like.
英語やば。カオティックアライアンスレイド。
そうですよ。カオティックですよ。
いよいよカオティック。
一応ね、日本語でもね、
He's having a hard time pronouncing it in English. He's saying Chaotic Alliance Raid instead of Chaotic Alliance Raid. He's like, 英語難しいね。
これがいいかな。
英語 means English.
絶と滅を合わせると絶滅になるしね。
あ、そういうこと？
はい。
英語 is English. Spaingo is Spanish.
そんなわけ、そんなわけないやん。24人で絶なんてやったらみんな引退しまうわ。
やりすぎ。
やりすぎ、やりすぎ、やりすぎ。一応、5区ぐらいで作ろうとしたんです。24人でちょっと難しめ。もうこの話をしてる時点で、じゃあ。
Okay, see the one that I'm looking forward to the most. I don't think I want to do the near one. Did they do the near ones also? Oh my gosh, the near one is in here too. Is it literally just these 5 though? This is Dunscathe. They got Dunscathe, and I don't know what that one over there. What is that? I don't know what the second one is. The third one looks like Weeping City, I think, and then they've got the near the Puppet's Bunker. I think that's Puppet's Bunker, and then the last one is Circus Tower. Circus Tower is the one that I really want to do on Chaotic, because everybody makes fun of the level 50 24-man raids. Everyone just wants to queue up, zerg everything down, and just be done with it.
もし、このままちょっとできれば何回かに1回は出してほしいみたいなお声があるようであれば。So
what I'm curious to know though is if you do the Chaotic Alliance, if you queue up for Chaotic Alliance raid, does it count to your duty roulette? That's what I want to know, because that would be good. Oh, Cloud of Darkness, Chaotic mode. Oh yes, I want to go to the World of Darkness. The World of Darkness in Chaotic mode is probably going to be awesome. This is one of the most memorable raids. That's such good music. Such good music.
The Cloud of Darkness.
Chaotic.
やば。カオティック。
もう皆さん随分。ちなみに当時の闇の世界クリスタルタワー第3弾実装された時から遊んでるよっていう方はどれぐらいいらっしゃいますか？
いますね。ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。
もう随分こいつの顔は見てきたと思うんです。散々
見ましたよ。
I didn't catch what the question was.
今回新たな一面を見せてくれると思います。さあ。これだけだとちょっと申し訳ないので、もう1枚スクリーンショット持ってきております。あ、コメントもたくさんありがとうございます。
すごい。今まで新しい
I don't understand. What are they talking about? Like what? The AOE marker?
うわーって。
あげくですね、今なんだこれっていうお声をいただきました。
なんかこんなハッシュタグメーター。
What is this?
大変あれですね。
Oh, you can't. Wouldn't you just stand on the edge then?
見た感じ嬉しそうですね。
嬉しそうですね。
嬉しそうですね。いって書いてある。天井のいって書いてある。
The safe spots are obviously on the sides. I don't understand what the big deal is. There must be some kind of other mechanic that happens that makes it harder to figure out where you're supposed to stand, though.
さあまあ。これだけじゃね、よくわかんないですから、もう1枚持ってきました。どうぞ。
いや。 もっとわかんないの出ちゃったじゃん。
いやいや。
Oh.
なんかちっちゃいのもいるでしょ。
Okay, I see. So the AOE destroys the ground that it's marking, and then you got the big meteor AOEs. Okay, so it's not like a level sync thing. They actually redid the entire raid. That is actually really good. That means this is new content. Okay, it's like completely different. All right, I see. Chaotic mode is going to be very interesting, especially on week 1. See, what's fun about this stuff is when you go in blind, like with everyone else also not knowing what to do and figuring it out. Because you see it for the first time. It's like, it's not the same sort of feeling as playing like Dark Souls for the first time. I don't think it's that enjoyable because sometimes you end up with other players that are just not paying attention, or they don't put as much effort, and or they're not as good, you know, and then it's just kind of whatever.
説明させていただければと思うんですが、私はオズマのモニターでよく動いてるのをよく見ておりますが、なんか大変です。でしょうね。なんだってアライアンスレイドに対してのギミックの数だから、もうそもそも画面の圧がすごいんですよ。
The thing is this going to be like a savage mode, or is this? They're calling it chaotic difficulty. I don't actually know what that means, because there's extreme difficulty, there's savage difficulty, and there's unreal difficulty. So now they're introducing this chaotic difficulty level, which I would assume this is probably not as hard as savage, although I could be wrong. Maybe it's harder than savage. I don't see this being harder than Savage though, because this is 20. There's 24 people. 24 people are going to queue up for this, so you can only make it a certain difficulty level for the lowest common denominator to be able to get through the content.
でまあ本当そういう意味だと24人のボゼアとかでもね高難度やってきましたが、また単体コンテンツとしてという形で。
I would like to see like a 48-man raid though. That would be cool. Like WoW, or like what they did with Delubrum Regine back in like Delubrum Regine Savage was a 48-man Savage tier raid. They nerfed it. They made it 24-man after a while. But man, that and the Baldessian Arsenal too from Eureka. Oh, are they gonna be the new Ultimate? Oh, okay, yeah, I think we saw this coming. We knew. I kind of knew this was gonna happen. There was already a bunch of leaks and rumors that this would be the Ultimate. So there's also the Ultimate difficulty, I guess. So there's Unreal and there's Ultimate. Yeah.
つわものいますね。つわものどもよ。健康にだけ僕ね結構 TGS でその辺にいて皆さんに声かけていただくと健康には気をつけてくださいねってすごい言っていただくんです。7.1 絶行く方健康には気をつけて、皆さんもね本当メンタル的な健康気をつけて挑んでいただければと思います。はい。
Futures rewritten.
ですね。あんまりスクリーンショット出すとちょっとギミック攻略のヒントになっちゃうんですけど。まあギリいいやっていうやつを
新たなレイド
どうぞどうぞおい
This guy is the second, no, the first one in Eden Promise.
そうですね再び出てくるのがどうなのか忙しそうですねこれは中村さんとこのフェーズだけでもやりてえいやめちゃめちゃかっこいいですね改めてこの
Hey, what's going on?
見るとね強いんだろうなまあさすがにこれだけだと大変申し訳ないので
Oh, on the motherboard video? Are you talking about the stream from yesterday?
これは分かんないけどやばそうですね
まあここまで行くには
This is what? Whoa, Gaia. Okay, so she is she like the final boss?
いやわかんないよ。序盤の序盤いきなりまずこっから
初手こいつかもしれない。
始まってフェーズを遡るっていう新しい遊びになってるかもしれない。最初が一番難しいみたいな。
すごいな、なんか。
Oh, this is the beginning of the. Did he say second phase?
後ろとかさ、ディレイスペルが生み出されたのもね。
ここ？
そう。
Oh, the XIV Aorus Extreme. Well, it would be Extreme spelled without the first E. It would be XTREME. But yeah, I don't know. That's going to be in the second wave. That's not going to be in the first wave that's launching on Monday. So on Monday, the Master and the Elite and the Pro, those are launching from Gigabyte. And I think there's a fourth one, but it's a lower end motherboard. I think it's a Gaming X motherboard. And then the MSI has 4 motherboards launching. They have the Godlike, the Carbon Wi-Fi, the Tomahawk, and the Pro. ASRock has the Taichi, the Taichi Lite, the Steel Legend, and I don't know if they're doing Phantom Gaming or they've changed the name to something else. And then ASUS actually has, I think, the most. They've got the Hero, the Strix, they have the ProArt, I think the Prime, and another one that I'm forgetting the name of. The Top.
一体どういうことかと申しますと、もう一画面ちょっと進めてもらっていいですか？こんな感じでですね。
Yeah, X570 Aorus Extreme was a special motherboard though, because it had a very, very heavy heatsink on it, so it didn't need that fan. Voice reactions. What is he saying?
コンビ打ちじゃないですよ。コンビ打ちっつっても分かる人あんまりいないかな。
Member. Oh no, party member.
打ってる時にこの辺にアルフィノがいてくれたり、アリ勢にいてもらったり。で、
voice. It's weird. It's weird how they're spelling it like that. Why are they saying voice like with the transcribed English into Japanese? Voice. Why would they need to say it that way instead of both? Oh.
リーチよ走れ。
もうエンタープライズ発信あんのかなと思って。
Do I think the Hero will be top of the line, or an Extreme will come back for ASUS? I don't know. ASUS could do a Gene. They could do one of the small, like the ITX motherboards for overclocking with the 2 DIMM.
なるほどね。
はい、倒さないでくださいねって。さらにもう一個ございます。はい。
Hero and Extreme shouldn't compete with each other. No. Well, no, they wouldn't compete with each other. The Hero. So at launch on Monday, the highest end motherboard from ASUS will be the Crosshair Hero. That will be the highest end board from ASUS. So basically, all of them have a high end, like a highest end board for launch. But there could be a more high end board that comes out later, or lower end board that comes out later. I think in the case of MSI, I don't think MSI is going to release anything that is higher end than the Godlike. Historically, the Godlike is always their like absolute highest end offering possible. So MSI is the only one that is launching with like their most high end option possible. Everyone else, I think, well, okay, ASRock. Well, ASRock has done Aqua boards too, which I think can be higher end than Taichi. So.
まあさてどんなボイスになっているのか、ぜひですね、ゴールドソーさん MGP ねたくさん面白い方もいらっしゃると思いますので、
What's been going on over here? Is this one still going? No, that one's gone. Okay. That one literally just ended?
ご紹介したい項目もう一つございます。
Man, that chat's going crazy though. Wow, this chat's going crazy. Alright. Anyway. I don't know what was going on with that chat. Alright. It's just like constantly scrolling. Anyway, they needed to put a slow mode on that one.
どのエリアの土地でも各エリアの内装パターンを選択可能になるということで、
Housing update.
具体的にどういうことですっていうと、ちょっとスクリーンショットを見てみましょうか。
このエリア。
今回ですね、ハウジングに内装のリフォーム機能という、新しい新機能が追加されます。内装を丸ごと取り替える、まさにリフォームをするという仕組みです。
putting plants and groves and stuff?
それぞれのミストビレッジ、ラベンダーベッド、そういった土地に合わせた、外観、建てられる家っていうのはこだわって、ここは維持するんですけ
You
ど、
hope the price of the new motherboard will be good enough and good enough to my standard, not addicted gamers.
ということで、
Well, all I can tell you right now, there will be. So, the motherboards will be priced from. I can't remember what the lowest end one was from ASUS, but the upper end price for ASUS will be like around $700, and then all the way down to around like $250, somewhere around there. And then MSI, I don't even want to think what the MSI price range will be. The MSI price range will be. See, look, this game. There's a basement. There's a second floor. They're doing like house design and stuff, interior design and things like that. Yeah, see, they're doing. Yeah, man. This game is holding Square Enix together. Like legit. This is the game. This is the game. You can build your house in this game. You can own property. You can sell real estate and stuff in this game. It's insane.
1だったと思います。
そこから本当に長らくね遊んでいただいて本当に信じられないぐらい素晴らしい。
The master is wasting 2 lanes. I'm curious if the lanes
ついにお待たせしました。柱がなくなりましたんで、これを利用してさらにねいろんな
So
内装をこだわっていただけたらなと
from what we know. If the graphics card is PCI Gen 5, it won't lose any performance. If the graphics card is PCI Gen 4, most of the time it won't really lose performance, but it could lose some performance. But when I say some, I mean like very little. You know, like I'm talking like 1, maybe 2% at worst. If it's a PCI Gen 4 graphics card running at X8 speed. But most of the time, it's not a problem. Especially if the graphics card is Gen 5. Meaning, when newer graphics cards come out, like for example, the RTX 50 series, that will be PCI Gen 5, or at least it should be PCI Gen 5, considering there's a Chinese company that already has a PCI Gen 5 graphics card. So, I expect the RTX 50 series to be Gen 5. The lane sharing should not be a problem, because you have to keep in mind 8 lanes of Gen 5 is equal to 16 lanes of Gen 4. So that's why it's not a problem at all if a Gen 5 graphics card is connected to 8 lanes of Gen 5. That's still equal to 16 lanes of Gen 4 bandwidth. So that's why it's not a problem for newer graphics cards. And it's barely a problem for older graphics cards. So I wouldn't worry too much about it, although it is something to be aware of when you're looking at these motherboards.
S サイズの家の中に入ったら、L サイズの空間が広がっててももういいんじゃないかな。なるほど。
These guys are doing home design and stuff now in their game.
楽しみは、まあいろいろできるからそこはちょっと
Man, this is long. How long have they been talking? This has gone on for 84 minutes?
ただこちらはお題いただきますよ
This is almost 90 minutes.
頑張ってね、エルの土地
How long do they expect this to be? 2 hours?
こちらは
It's probably gonna be 2 hours.
自由に切り替えられるようにしますけど、都度切るはいただく予定ですので、
なるほど。
ここはすみません、ちょっと事前に、覚えておいていただけると助かります。
それは将来的に来るってことですか。
はい、これは今回じゃないんですけど、今次の計画として進めてますので、そっちはもうちょっとお待ちください。
はい、ありがとうございます。
あとは当然
Yeah,
各の配置
I'm leaning toward right now. I mean, it would be nice to get the Godlike. I don't know. I don't know if the Godlike will be available everywhere on launch day. And even if it is, that's going to be a motherboard that's going to be in like very, very short supply. Just because it is such an extremely overbuilt motherboard. It's a 10-layer PCB. Most motherboards are not 10 layers. In fact, most motherboards aren't even 8 layers. The Godlike is literally like a server board.
ドントレイルファイナルファンタジー14オリジナルサウンドトラックということで、黄金のレガシーで使用されている楽曲66曲が収録された、
Wait, what is he
新しいサウン
saying?
ドラック
Oh, the
アルバムが、
soundtrack.
現在予約受付中です。10月30日の発売
That's how they get people to buy it. Because, see, it includes the little minion bonus down there.
つい先週のことですが、
Oh, they did do a concert a few days ago. There was a Final Fantasy concert.
でこちらのアーカイブ配信が現在、
But that's it, the
販売中
Primals
でございます。
concert.
でこちら
Yeah, a lot of people don't know that the people, so like,
となっておりますので、
they actually have a band. The Final Fantasy has a band called the Primals.
よろしくお願いいたします。
これは
Alright, what I mean by that is, Final Fantasy 14 has a band, like a real life band, not like some. And the composer of the music of the game is one of the vocalists in the band.
見ることができますので、ぜひともご覧いただければと思います。これね、
They just did their concert. I think it was like 4 days ago. Oh no, like right there. September 21st. And that was on a Saturday, I believe. Let me see. Am I right about that? Yeah, I'm right on. I can still recognize I still know the language. I still know the language enough. I can look at it like, oh, is that Saturday? Yeah, that's Saturday. Okay. Without thinking about what the 21st was, this symbol right here. Oh, you guys can't see my mouse on here? Well, oh, he went past it. Yeah, I recognize the kanji for Saturday. I was like, that's Saturday in parentheses, isn't it? Yeah, okay. Oh, I haven't forgotten all of it. Maintaining a language, though, that you never use is hard, man. That you had to acquire. It's use it or lose it. That's why I can't speak Spanish anymore.
こちらもですね、今回発売白黒2色ございまして、これなかなか可愛いデザイン。
可愛いです可愛いです。
ね。
まあ僕顔と一緒に写すとね、ちょっとあんまりね。ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。
Now they're trying to advertise their merch. These guys are like master salesmen. Like legit for real. They're trying to sell like their fan base all this merch. Look at that. Look at that. The characters are on that fan. He's like, you know how it is. He's like, you guys know how it is in the summer.
キャンプシーズンにね、こう仰ぎつつね、焼きつつね。
When you're cooking barbecue, like what? Such a weird use case. When you're barbecuing stuff, he's like, like you can be fanning yourself while you're barbecuing. Yeah, okay. I would have totally thought of that. Yeah, that's fantastic. Oh, their board game. The TTRPG standard rulebook. They literally, okay, for those that don't know, these guys made their own, it's kind of like Dungeons and Dragons. They made like a D&D game, like literally a Final Fantasy version of D&D, a tabletop. Made a tabletop
ごひいきに
RPG.
楽しんでいただけたらなと思っております。
I know nothing about it, but that's, I mean, that's cool. That's like they made a tabletop game. That's cool. It's post-pandemic. I mean, people need to be like in person these days.
いやいやいや。
いや
駆け足でしたが。
いや違うさすがにね。
疲れました。
3本はねきつい。1日90分のステージ2回はね。
そうですね。ご苦労様でございました。
声ちょっと枯れてきてるもん。
He's saying how we sat down for a long time. We gotta stand up, and then he's saying like, man, it's weird standing up. You sit too long, and you get up, but it's. Well, he said it makes you feel almost a little lightheaded when you get up in front of all these people and walk on a stage. And they're all like, yeah, they're all, yeah.
パッチ 7.1 の今回コンテンツ特集パート1ということで、まだパート2の方でね、今日お話ししてない内容というのは出していきます。まあそれから世界中でね、たくさん細かくいただいているグラフィックスアップデート、特にね、キャラクター周りに関しての
Now he's talking about the PC performance, the graphics update.
いただいたようにやっていきます。
Oh yeah, he was talking about like people complained. There were a few like people that were dissatisfied. They voiced their feedback. We made some adjustments. Hopefully now it's better. We hope.
すごい細かいニュアンスなので、こうなりますっていうスクリーンショットだけを出すと。
Yeah, he was saying how people were doing like a bunch of before and after screenshots using the character creator in the benchmark tool.
パッチでお届けしていきますので、またご確認いただいてフィードバックいただけたらと思っています。
See the feedback, all
というわ
that
けで
stuff.
開発チームいよいよ 7.1 のリリースに向けて最後の追い込み入ってますので、またパート2の方でしっかり皆さんにね実機も使ってお知らせして、さらに14盛り上げていけたらと思いますので、どうぞ引き続きよろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いいたします。
さあ、じゃあこの後は、会場の皆さんにもうちょっとだけ残っていただいて、まあせっかくなので皆さんでちょっと写真を撮らせていただこうかなと思いますので、まあ先にね配信の方でご覧いただいている皆さんの方にはちょっと一旦締めとさせていただければと思います。
はい、このプログラムを持ちましてもいい時間なので、スクエアエニックスのステージコンテンツもこれで最終となりまして、東京ゲームショウもそろそろいよいよ
This is the live letter number 83, I believe, taking place live at the Tokyo Game Show. Let me see, is it titled here? Yeah, live letter number 83.
スクエアエニックス全般ね、いろんなゲーム、それから漫画も含めて応援していただいて本当にありがとうございます。この東京ゲームショウでもこのスクエアエニックス
Tokyo Game Show.
ブース、もう連日大盛況で、まあいろんなゲームのね使用をしていただいて。
He said, please come by the Square Enix booth for the duration of the show. We have a variety of different games that you can demo there.
引き続きの応援ぜひよろしくお願いします。
Everyone, please enjoy yourself. Thank you very much. That's what he said. All right, man. I can still. I gotta like. I need to start listening to the games that I play in the Japanese audio, so that I keep exposing myself to that language. Otherwise, I'm going to like lose a lot of my abilities to understand it. Anyway, that's probably gonna be it for this stream, guys. I will really just. I didn't expect myself to stay up, but that was it. That was the Square Enix live letter number 83 update from Creative Business Unit 3, going over the roadmap for patch 7.1, which will debut. This will debut in mid-November. Now, they did not give an exact date, but they did say mid-November. So it's about, what, like a month and a half from now? So it will, meaning this will be live after the PS5 Pro launch. So it'll be short, probably like a week or two after the PS. Well, the PS Pro is like November 7th, I think. So probably like the week after the PS5 Pro launches, the big Final Fantasy VII update will come out. So, let's skip out of this so this doesn't do all that. All right. So, yeah. But that's going to be it. That's the end of Tokyo Game Show. And I was hoping there was going to be some kind of PlayStation 5 Pro thing. I'll have to look at like IGN Japan or something to find content on that. But at this point, that's going to be it for this stream. I will see you guys probably. I don't know if I'm going to do a live stream tomorrow. I don't think there will be a live stream tomorrow. So if I do get an X870 motherboard, I will probably do a live stream building the PC with the new X870E motherboard. So stay tuned for that. I don't know when I will do that, actually. It won't be... It might be on Tech Thursdays, although I don't want to turn a Tech Thursdays episode into a live stream. That'll probably be a separate live stream. So we'll see. I got to think about when and how I'm going to actually do that. So anyway, expect that within the next week or so. But that's it for this stream. Thank you all for tuning in, and I will catch you guys on Tech Thursdays, unless we do a live stream between now and Thursday. Until then, take care, and I'll see you next time. Thanks.